It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, April 4th, 2016. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani inside our New York City studio. It is raining outside once again, so I am very happy to be doing this show on a Monday with all of you and talking some MMA because holy moly, you know, I say often on this show and in interviews that I do from time to time that there's no better sport to cover. There's no better beat to be on than the MMA beat. And this past week, a perfect example of that. Just consider all that has happened since we last spoke in the last 7 days. It's truly unbelievable. A quick rundown, if you will. Last week on this show, around 2:45 p.m. Eastern, Jon Jones comes on and breaks the news himself that he was pulled over a few days prior and issued 5 tickets. Moments later, the entire media world is given this footage of him and the cop going back and forth, riveting stuff, right? Remember that. Tuesday morning, we get news Jon Jones has been arrested. He ends up staying behind bars, getting locked up for 48 hours. Well, that's just Tuesday. Wednesday, small break from that, the UFC 200 news officially announced. Most of the fights you knew about already. And then the other one that we didn't know, at least we knew about it a few minutes before the announcement. We'll get into that later on. Frankie Edgar versus Jose Aldo for the interim featherweight title on the same card as Conor McGregor. If you saw the MMA beat last week, I told you what I thought about that. And who would have thought that was a sign of things to come as far as titles are concerned. So that was a break from the Jon Jones stuff on Wednesday. On Thursday, Jones is released from jail, and we're told that the fight against Daniel Cormier is going to remain. On Friday, news breaks that Cormier is injured and out of the fight. On Saturday, we find out after some offers being thrown out to Anthony Johnson, to Rashad Evans, that UFC 197 is now going to be headlined by Jon Jones versus Ovince Preux for the interim light heavyweight title. That happened in the span of 5 days. That's insane. Just think about all that stuff. And it was just constantly changing and developments here and there, updates. I mean, it was fun. It was exhausting, but it just once again shows why this is the most interesting beat to be on, in my opinion. As a journalist, there's nothing better than it. 52 weeks a year, it never stops. So, of course, we're going to be talking about all that and a whole lot more on this show. We have it covered from all different angles, and I'll run through the lineup very quickly here. And by the way, last week we talked about the Fox stuff, and I appreciate all the feedback and everyone reaching out. I'll provide a short postscript of that later on in the program, so stay tuned for that. Some FAQs, if you will. But as far as the guests are concerned, this week, Mike Wilkinson will join us at 3:25 from England. He has some news to break. We'll be joined by him, the featherweight from England, at 3:05. I said 3:25 for Mike Wilkinson. At 3:05, Jon Jones is going to be back for the second week in a row and talking about all the craziness of this past week. So can't wait for that. At 2:45, we're going to be joined by Wanderlei Silva. Yes, Wanderlei Silva, and I believe his first interview since he signed with Bellator and leaving the UFC and all that good stuff and more. So we'll talk to Wanderlei Silva at 2:45. 2:25, Cris Cyborg will join us to talk about her UFC debut on May 14th. 2:05, the aforementioned Ovince Preux. OSP, you down with OSP? Yeah, I guess. He'll be joining us at 2:05. Flyweight Ian McCall at 1:45 will stop by. He's got a lot going on. Greg Jackson at 1:25 will stop by to talk about everything that has happened to Jon over the past week or so. And, of course, we'll take your questions and comments. A lot to discuss in the world of MMA, but there was only one way that we could have started this show. There was only one guy I wanted at the top of the show, and he is so very kind enough to join us right off the bat. He is the defending UFC light heavyweight champion. Unfortunately, we found out on Friday he will not be competing at UFC 197 on April 23rd. But I wanted to hear from the man himself. Our good pal, Daniel Cormier, is on the line right now. Daniel, how are you?
What's up, Helwani? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I really appreciate you joining us. I know you've been relatively quiet over the last few days, and it's been a bit of a trying time, except for your WrestleMania break, and we could talk about that a little later on. But first things first, how are you feeling? Physically, how are you on this Monday morning?
Man, it's obviously when you have an injury, you're in some pain, but manageable with ibuprofen, anti-inflammatories, manageable. But you want to get out ahead of these things as soon as you can, so that's what I do. I'm not going to sit here and just not do anything. So I'm going to do a procedure this afternoon to try and speed up my recovery.
Okay, let's actually talk about what happened, because there's a lot of different reports out there. What exactly happened to you and when?
So last Friday, actually 2 Fridays ago, not this past week when I had to pull out of the fight. I'm talking about the Friday previous.
Yep.
I was in practice sparring, and I kicked one of my partners an inside low kick, and he checked it, and I fell down. And I was like, that was painful, and Bob Cook was laughing, Javier was laughing, because we get kicks checked all the time, and sometimes you bruise your shin, and a couple days it passes. I got up and started trying to spar again, and another guy did like a little front kick to my shin, and when he did it, I fell on the ground again, and I was like, okay, this hurts a little bit more than normal, so I'm just going to probably stop sparring. So I went and I stopped sparring. Well, a couple people had tweeted me about seeing me at a wrestling tournament limping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had no choice but to go, man. I'm the coach of my own youth wrestling club. I have my own wrestling team, and it was a state tournament the following day, and I had 16 kids competing. So for them to go and try and win state championships without their coach would be unfair. I went. And I said, man, even if I'm limping, I can explain it away as I kick somebody and I've got a bruise on my shin. So I went with my team to the state tournament. Congratulations to my boys. 10 out of the 60 that went got on the medal stand. Best team performance we ever had. People asked me what was wrong with my leg, and I told them, I just kicked somebody's shin. It's what we do, and it's fine. But there was a lot of swelling, and I imagined that by Monday it was going to get better. Well, on Monday it hadn't gotten better. So then I was like, man, what if I broke my leg? What if I chipped the bone? I should probably get an X-ray. So I went and got an X-ray, and it was obviously no break. And then the doctor said, well, we need to take an MRI because you may have some bleeding and da-da-da. So when I took the MRI, they found that I had torn a ligament in my leg. I don't know how to say the word, but it's like the ligament that connects the two bones in my leg. It makes them kind of work together. So I took the rest of the week to try and see what I could do. I tried to spar, really had no lateral movement. I couldn't run, couldn't wrestle, couldn't grapple, can't kick, and so it just was not looking good.
So when you made the final decision to not fight, you just realized that you couldn't do it. I noted this. You noted it in your statement that you put out, I believe, Saturday. 18 pro fights. You've never pulled out. You fought through a bunch of things. I mean, from what I understand, you hardly have an ACL in one leg. What was that conversation like? How difficult was that? And who did you ultimately tell that to?
So, Bob, my coaches had been telling me since Tuesday, you can't do anything. We can't fight. And I was like, let's just give it a week, because I'm in great shape. If I can just box, I think I'll be fine. Well, Friday after practice, I was still hobbling around and not able to do that much stuff. And so Bob texted Lorenzo and said, hey, not looking good, man. It's going to take a miracle. And so I got a text from Lorenzo. He said, hey, DC, give me a call. So I called him. He said, hey, it's me and Dana. Calling to see how you're doing. I said, well, I boxed a little bit. I go, but I'm trying. I go, I'm holding out hope that I can get this done, and then something very surprising happened, man, because John and I, we make a lot of money together. And we make a lot of money for the UFC too. But when I told him I was going to see through the weekend, those guys is like, Daniel, you're hurt. Dr. D said that looking at your MRI, you need 5 to 6 weeks. So even if you sat on your ass for the next 3 weeks to the fight, you still would need at least 2 weeks to start feeling better. And they're like, DC, you've worked very hard to get where you are today. You're the champion. You do not have to go out and fight hurt. And we can't put you in a situation where you're not healthy. We don't want you to be fighting under those circumstances. So they essentially made a decision for me.
Wow.
I begged them. I was like, give me till Monday, please. Give me till Monday. And they were like, we can give you till Monday, but what's going to change over 3 days? You're hurt. We really don't want to put you in this situation where you're not at 100%. So it was very, very crazy because you would expect them to push me to fight.
Yeah.
When in reality, they did the exact opposite and kind of was more understanding and more into what was better for me as an athlete than what was better for the organization.
Well, that is great to hear. I hear that often. I think fighters are sometimes afraid to break that news to Dana and Lorenzo, but I actually hear that often, that they're a lot more understanding than fighters would think going into the discussion. And, what was so interesting about the past week, as I noted at the top of the show, I mean, this was a tumultuous week at best for Jon Jones. He was behind bars for 48 hours. And a lot of people were telling me, isn't it weird that DC isn't commenting on it? What was how are you dealing with all of that craziness and that drama? And you're trying to get better, but you also know that your opponent is in jail. Like, were you kind of wishing or hoping that this fight just gets delayed so that you don't actually have to pull out of it?
Midweek, I was still kind of hoping that I would be okay to fight. It's weird, man, because it's like, even though this stuff doesn't happen to you, it's happening to Jon. Jon is the one that's doing this. But it's almost like he takes you on this crazy ride with him that you really don't want to be on. Like, I don't want to be on this ride, this up and down, round and about circle. I just want to be on a straight line. I want my life to be as I intended it to be, But when you're fighting with Jones and all the issues that he's had, he kind of takes you on this roller coaster ride it's emotional, honestly. And so I was trying not to pay too much attention to it because I was trying to hopefully improve to the point that I could fight. But I was just like, man, maybe I'll be okay, and I figured Jon would be okay. Jon's a guy that, even in every situation, he seems to come out okay on the opposite side. So I knew he'd be okay, and I was just hoping to keep the fight together.
What was your reaction when you found out that they were going with OSP as his opponent, that he was staying on the card? Yes, it's not quite UFC 151, but it is somewhat short notice, and they're going with OSP, and they're going with the interim title. How did you process all of that?
That stuff really doesn't bother me all that much. OSP, great guy. Ovince is a great guy, very talented, and one of the younger guys that can make an impact on this division. If it was Jon and Anthony interim title, sure, that's great. The only issue I had was that it was Vince to fight for the interim belt, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about Ovince because he's a great guy. He's a friend of mine, but just the fact that he hadn't fought very well against Feijao, and then he had lost, I think, to Glover right before, was one of the ones that made it different. But this is a statement fight for Jones. This is about as close as we'll ever get in boxing in terms of a tune-up fight. Andre Ward just did it against Barrera before he fights Sergey Kovalev. Most times when the guy's away for a while, they fight a tune-up fight, and this is what this kind of seems like for Vince. But, can't count guys out, man. You got to be ready to fight. But this is one where Jon is supposed to come out smelling like roses at the end of it.
Do you think OSP has a shot?
I think everybody has a shot, but, I think there's a chance for Ovince to have a better shot, but it's up to him to take it, and that's by coming here. We'll open our doors to him to come and train at the American Kickboxing Academy. I don't care what happens in the future. I can't train with Ovince, but I've got a guy named Cain Velasquez that can train with him. I've got a guy named Luke Rocco that can train with him. I've got a guy named Chai Lewis Perry. Got a guy named Frank Munoz. We have everything in place where he can just take my training camp for the next few weeks. Take my training camp. We will take care of it. We'll fly Ovince and his team out here. We'll put them up, give them a place to stay, because no one in this gym wants to see Jon Jones, not have to fight a tough fight on April 23rd. So, for my pocketbook, Jon needs to go out there and win and look great.
Yeah.
But we want to give Ovince a chance, and every guy on my team, they're willing to play a part in that.
So you are extending an invitation to the guy who is replacing you, fighting for the interim belt, who's fighting your rival, the guy who you said that you need to beat, you want to beat, all that stuff. You're extending an invitation to him to come to San Jose for the next 3 weeks or so to prepare for this fight, and you will help him out?
I'll be one of his coaches. Listen, nobody wants to fight Jon Jones worse than I do.
Right.
So if I can live through Ovince on April 23rd, I will live through Ovince on April 23rd. He can take my training camp. I thought that we had finally the perfect mixture of what we needed in order for our preparation. So yes, Ovince can have my training camp.
Wow.
All paid for, right out of my checking account. Ovince St. Preux, if you want to come to San Jose, bud, you got a team in the American Kickboxing Academy that's ready to support you.
Well, the good news is he's going to be on in around an hour, so I can extend that invitation to him via you. So I can't wait to hear what he has to say. That is something I did not expect. You mentioned you have a procedure later today. What exactly is being done?
Well, you know that my knee, like my ACL's like been torn forever. So I get stem cells done to my ACL to try and help with the healing. It also takes out some of the inflammation. My leg starts to lock up. I do the stem cells, and it helps. Well, I'm not going to do the surgery. I'm 37 years old. I do surgery in my leg. It may put me out for too long. I want to get back as soon as possible. So I'm going to go and do stem cells in my leg. And hopefully that will help to speed up the process. So I'm going to do stem cells, and I'm also going to get some stuff done to my shoulder. I'm pretty beat up right now, as you would expect when you're in the middle of a hard training camp. But I will do everything in my power to try and get back as soon as I can. So doing some stem cells later today, so I'll be hobbled for a little bit, but, eventually it'll be better.
Are they giving you a timeline? Like, could you be ready for UFC 200 or maybe the following? Like, when do you think realistically, as of now, and I know a lot has to happen later on today and you're going to talk to your doctors, but as of right now, from what you understand, when could you realistically fight again?
If they're telling me in 4 to 6 weeks this thing is supposed to be better, that would leave me with 10 to 12 weeks to train for UFC 200. So, yeah, I could be ready to fight then. The only issue with that is it's a little scary because Jon's fighting in April.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he'd be willing to turn around and fight right back 3 months later. But if he would, I'd love to run it back with him anytime in the summer. Or, late summer, early summer, it doesn't matter. I don't think it's going to take me that long to recover. I feel like I've made a lot of improvement, man, in this last training camp. Having those real-life kickboxers in there have really helped me. Having my head where my mind is in a good, strong place has really helped me. Knowing my opponent, being in tune with my opponent, watching him train has motivated me. All this stuff has been like a blessing to me, so I feel like I was on track to do something truly special, but unfortunately, I injured myself.
Was this the toughest decision of your career?
In regards to this, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had to make a decision like this. Now, if I was in the fight and it happened, obviously I would just keep fighting. But to have to go in there knowing that I wasn't 100% was going to be tough. I know what I'm up against. For all the bad blood, all the bad blood, all the negativity that goes on between Jon and I do understand who Jon Jones is. He's the greatest fighter of all time. He's a phenomenal athlete, and the guy can just flat out fight. So when you separate his life out of the octagon and what he does inside of the octagon, I know what I'm up against. So to go in there not at 100% would have been a huge mistake. And I understand that now with the help of all my coaches and the people around me who care about me.
Jon puts out, I don't wish injury upon anyone, but enjoy that belt, Daniel. Then later on, he says so much for willing to die in there, and then deletes it. Kind of the game's continuing, so to speak. What do you make of him putting that second tweet out there and then getting rid of it?
So my thing is this, like, when you look at the times of these tweets, like almost like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In the day, Jon's one person, and at night, he's a different person. So I think when he's alone in the middle of the night, it's when he actually is just himself, and then he writes stuff like that. It also tells me that, Jon said that, I thought you were willing to die to win this fight. But I have seen that 100 times from fans writing that to me when I had to pull out of the fight. So it tells me that he's being himself, but it also tells me that he's up reading tweets and he's taking these people's stuff and kind of using it. I think at times we give Jon a little more credit for being more clever than he really is. So I think he stumbled across this whole deleting tweets thing. He was deleting them because he thought he would get in trouble, but now it's kind of become a thing, so it seems clever. Some of the things he says seems clever, but I think it's kind of stumbles across it. He's obviously not the smartest guy.
As you know, UFC 200 has been met with mixed reactions, and I think when people found out this news, at least the ones who didn't have tickets to 197, they were like, wow, silver lining is we might get this fight on 200, and this fight is probably the closest thing we have to Frank Mir and Brock Lesnar that made 100 so special. Did you express your potential interest in fighting at 200 because that card isn't complete just yet? And is the UFC open to that? Are they keeping a slot open for you? Do you have any idea?
They haven't said anything to me about that. Those guys are they're very respectful to my injury. They're going to allow me to try and get healthy and then approach the next thing. This is not pressing. Jon has to get through this fight with Ovince St. Preux first. And if Ovince comes out here as we've offered, we think we can really help him. But if Jon gets through this as he's supposed to, because this is for him to look good. If he gets through this as he's supposed to, if he wants to fight, I'm pretty sure they could make the fight happen. It'll still be 3 months away. But this is a guy that hadn't done a training camp for a while, and then for everything that I've heard or seen him say, he's trained extremely hard, so he may need a little bit of downtime. I don't know. I can't think for that man, but I'd be ready to go. It'd be perfect for me, actually.
A final thing on the injury, just so I'm clear, is this the same leg as the leg that you're missing the ACL?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's probably why it was so hard to really balance on it. You know? So look, man, I don't want to make excuses for anything.
Sure.
I just want to fight. I just want my career to go as it's supposed to be. I want to train hard. I want to be in the gym every day and just work. I just want to work, man. I enjoy my job. I enjoy fighting. I love the sport. I love competition. I just want to work, man. I just want to do my thing and fight and compete to the best of my ability every time I'm out there.
Wouldn't it be something if he wins on April 23rd and then he gets on the mic and says, Daniel Cormier, I'm waiting for you? A little, reversal of roles.
I think, honestly, that would be very, very smart of him to come up with something to say in that moment.
Yeah.
But in that moment, when he has to go on the fly, we'll truly see how clever Jon Jones really is. I don't anticipate it being very good. I don't anticipate it being as good as the fire that I have. I've thrown some good stuff at him in octagon interviews, so I don't anticipate him actually being that good.
Last thing, and again, thank you so much. I know you have a busy day, so this really means a lot, DC. We really appreciate it. Scale of 1 to 10, how much did you enjoy WrestleMania?
Man, I enjoyed it because it's WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
The show was long. It was longer than I think it's ever been.
Yeah.
And I honestly thought that it could have been booked a little differently at times.
Oh.
I felt like they only went against the grain with the Zack Ryder thing, winning the championship. Thought Sasha Banks should have walked out with the championship. Thought they should have took the opportunity to turn Roman Reigns heel. There's just a few things. The New Day loss. Why does Chris Jericho need to beat AJ Styles at this point in his career? Makes no sense. Brie Bella is retiring today. They could have given her a little bigger platform to tell her story. Just a little bit different, but overall I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Snoop Dogg and walking Sasha Banks in the match. I thought the women's match was the best match the whole night, which is the first time I've ever felt like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
No mention of Shane O'Mac. I'd even watch it, but I heard Shane O'Mac jumped off a cage. I heard Shaq showed up, right? No mention of that.
Shaq was funny. Shaq and the Big Show were just standing there looking all weird, and they eliminated him, and they hugged on the way out. That was cool. Seeing Shaq do that was cool. The Shane McMahon match was okay. It wasn't look, Ariel. Of course, you're talking from a guy, a rookie, a newbie. I'm a guy that's experienced in this WWE watching game, so I watched the match and I give it ratings, and I would not give this a 5-star rating. Yes, okay. The high spots were good. They're called high spots whenever they do big things in matches.
Oh, right.
The high spots were great, but just the overall match wasn't the best match because it's just predictable.
I love when the Mark in DC comes out. It's great. It's a beautiful thing, and it's a good way to end on a more positive note. Again, get well soon, my friend. Good luck later on today, and we hope this is just a small little hiccup and that we can see you back there. Hopefully UFC 200, that'd be great. If not, a little after. But again, I really appreciate you coming on and talking about all this, DC. Thank you wholeheartedly.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. Hey, give Oliver some love. Talk to you later, bud.
That's my guy. Thank you very much. DC with a shout out to my oldest son, Oliver. Very cool of him. I appreciate that greatly. Okay, let us move along. Like I said, we are covering this story from all angles. And in my opinion, one of the more interesting angles in all of this is, of course, Jon Jones taking a fight on relatively short notice, around 3 weeks' notice. And how do his coaches feel about this decision? Because as we recall, a few years back, UFC 151, Jon declined to fight on short notice, and there were some words thrown towards, in my opinion, one of, if not the greatest MMA coach of all time, some disrespectful words. And I wanted to get his take on what went into this decision, why they're doing it, and the past week, and a whole lot more stuff as well. So we're being joined by the aforementioned greatest coach of all time, Greg Jackson. He joins us on the phone. Greg, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm not even near the greatest coach of all time, but I'm doing all right.
One of, if not the, I feel very confident in saying that. I appreciate your time. Wow, what a week it has been for you and the team with regards to Jon Jones. And I'm curious what the decision was like. Like, how did you get to this decision? Because I'm always so fascinated about, your thought process. Jon finds out and you find out that DC is out, and then they're offering Anthony, they're talking maybe Rashad, and they settle on Ovince. Why did you give Jon the green light to take this fight?
Well, it is about timing. It's about how much time do we have to prepare Jon in the correct way to fight who we're going to fight. So OSP is actually a very dangerous guy. He throws beautiful straight lefts. He's a dangerous dude all the way around. But I think we have enough time with a good 3 weeks to get Jon up to speed and prepare him to fight for, I believe it's an interim belt now.
Yes, the interim belt.
I felt that we had enough time. It's a case by case basis. The thing about combat is, in gladiatorial combat anyway, you can't make hard and fast rules. Like, this is always going to be the rule at this time. There's always exceptions. You have to kind of play the situation as it unfolds to try to make the best decision possible. So I felt in this situation, my advice was, I think we should have a green light for that. Now, the final decision is always Jon's. Of course, he's the guy getting in there. So that was my advice, though.
That being said, do you feel a little uncomfortable with this whole situation? Do you wish he had a proper training camp? I mean, this is part of the evolution of the sport to a degree, and I think you've spearheaded that. But the idea, when someone falls out of a fight and everyone's like, all right, let's throw in this guy, let's throw in Mark Hunt, let's throw in that, it's a little too, it makes me feel uncomfortable. It feels a little too rock'em sock'em robots. Given the fact that you have 3 weeks, do you feel comfortable with that, or are you a little uneasy?
It's my job to be uneasy, I always say. Of course, I'm uneasy with it. They're throwing, we have a nice planned out scenario, and they throw a little X factor in there. So we just have to adapt. But we'll get him up to speed, I think, by then, and work hard and, be ready to go. But, yeah, it's definitely not my ideal situation. But, that's life. Life throws you curveballs. You just got to kind of figure out what you're going to do about it and what decision makes sense, and then kind of follow that decision through. So,
of the options thrown out, as I mentioned, Rumble was the top choice from what I understand. Even Rashad's name was thrown out. OSP is who they settled on. Did you like this option the best?
For me, it's kind of all the same. It's much more about timing than opponent. I mean, obviously, Rumble or Rashad is a bit of a challenge, but I think OSP is I don't think you should sleep on him. I think he's got that straight left, and that'll knock anything down if it hits it the right way. So it's more about the timing than the opponent, but they're all dangerous. I wish there was a super easy fight in the UFC, but there isn't. Everybody's so tough. So it's much more about, can we get Jon prepared mentally and physically? Physically is not going to be a big problem because he was already in camp, but mentally switches gears, a completely new game plan, watching the tape that it requires for Jon to get comfortable so that he can perform the way he performs, all those things. And I think we can do that in the time allotted.
Speaking of tape, I had the privilege, as you know, of visiting your new facility over in Albuquerque, Jackson Wink Academy. It's beautiful. We did an awesome video, and it was such a cool thing. It was such a privilege to be there, and I got a chance to see your office, and you got that TV there, and everyone's telling me how you love to watch tape, and there's these sessions, especially with Jon. He appreciates it. I'm wondering, 48 hours or so after the announcement came out that he is now fighting OSP, have you had a chance to actually sit down and break down who OSP is as a fighter?
No, I mean, of course, I've watched him for a long time, so I have a general sense, but we're going to get into the micros here in today.
Okay.
I had a very busy weekend, but today we'll be sitting down and kind of breaking it apart.
What'd you do this weekend?
Oh, you should ask Cowboy. I'll just say, ask Cowboy what we did this week.
Oh, my God. I mean, a million things just popped into my mind. Is this
There
fight
you go.
related, or are you like,
Defense.
are you riding bulls in the air,
fun.
jumping out of airplanes?
Something like that.
Okay, I will have to ask Mr. Cerrone. If this was a week out, is it fair to say that you would have suggested no?
I would have suggested no. Yeah, it's very close. I think with a couple of days of real solid kind of reprogramming, and then just execute, I think we should be all right. But yeah, if it was closer, I mean, for me, it's right on the line. If it was closer, and Jon's a little more, as he becomes more and more experienced, he's more and more adaptable. So that's another factor. Is he's had some fights that have gone long, have gone short, et cetera. But every time that you get a long five rounds or whatever, you become more adaptable and more experienced. So that's the other factor, that I think he's better at adapting than he used to be.
I would obviously be remiss if I don't ask you about the past week. Are you concerned at all with where he is at mentally? He's been through a lot in the last 7 days, more so than any fighter before a big fight like this. Did you have a chance to sit down and talk to him and sort of gauge where he's at mentally?
Yeah, he's really focused. It was an unfortunate situation with everybody kind of being at fault a little bit, but ultimately the responsibility is Jon's. So it's a bad situation, but he came out of there really focused, really positive, and that's the thing with Jon. As long as he's razor focused, he's a force to be reckoned with, and he's really focused right now. So I think it was not a very good thing, but he's not physically injured. He doesn't have anything wrong. He made a mistake and maybe said things he shouldn't have, and. It was just a bad situation all the way around, and he got in trouble, refocused, came out. So that's the part I like, is that he's focused. He's got a driver now, so everything should be fine.
Oh, is that a full-time thing? Is he not going to drive?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that important for you?
It's just, I just want him to focus on fighting. That's what he needs to worry about. The rest of the circus, he needs to not be distracted by. He's a warrior, and he needs to focus on that.
When you say it was everybody, like everybody had a part in this sort of this breakdown, if you will, this unfortunate situation, who is everybody? Who are you including? Do you include yourself in that as well?
Well, no, it was just an unfortunate situation. Jon wasn't really drag racing. The officer involved thought he was drag racing, and so that instead of de-escalating that situation, they
Gotcha.
both kind of escalated it.
Yeah.
And so I would have liked, especially Jon, just saying, instead, Jon, he's got a lot of pride, and somebody jumps on him, he's going to jump back, and it just escalated to where I thought it didn't need to go. So, maybe de-escalating stuff would have been a little bit nicer, but, hindsight's 20/20, whatever.
From your perspective, how has he been up until this point? I mean, he's been, because, he hasn't fought, I don't need to tell you, but he hasn't fought since January of 2015. We all know what happened in April. Then a little mishap, a few weeks back with the speeding, and now this. I mean, how has he been? Is it true? Is it accurate when people say he's a different man? He's more focused. Is all this stuff true?
That is true. However, he's still, he shouldn't be driving, so we got him that's fixed now.
Okay.
Later on, I think he'll be able to relax a little bit and not be as intense. He's a very intense guy, and so that translates to every part of his life. But he's definitely focused. He's definitely been training harder than I've ever seen him. So I think that year off really, I think it kind of helped him out. He's really focused. He's really, really intentful. That's the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
If that word even exists. It's
I
nice
get
to
you.
see him in this way.
Is it surreal? Like for me, just being a media guy who knows him, it's surreal to see him, with the orange jumpsuit and all that. As his coach and friend, what's that like for you when you see him? Like one day he's in the gym and the next day he's there.
Well, I grew up in a place where most of my friends were in and out of there all the time anyway, so it's not a big deal to me. You know what I mean? I just don't want him to be there longer than he needs to. But it's not. It was part of my culture growing up, so it's nothing shocking for me.
Okay, wow. I don't know if I'm supposed. That is crazy. It's shocking. I guess I think I grew up in a bubble. I think that's what I've learned as I've grown up over time.
No, not at all. I mean, there's people, and listen, there's this myth that, like, if you're from the hood, you're the toughest dude in the world. Like, biggest cockroaches I ever met lived in the hood. And, there's these, like, white, goofy kids from the Midwest that are bravest, toughest guys you ever met.
Right.
Ever. So it's all about the individual. Like, sometimes you have a different relationship with violence if you're growing up in certain parts of this country, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're, like, tough or anything like that.
Did Greg Jackson did you have like a tete-a-tete with him, a sit down, just mano-a-mano? And, because I always view you as a sort of like Phil Jackson type of figure. I don't know if you're familiar with Phil. And your principles
the basketball coach.
Yes.
People have called me Phil before.
So I know your principles are different, but you have a very similar demeanor as far as coaching is concerned, in my opinion. Did you kind of figure? Do you have to like sort of sit down with him after something like this and figure out where he's at and navigate those waters? Did you do that at all? Is that necessary?
It's not too necessary. Just sitting. I mean, he's a grown man. It's sitting down and making sure that he's focused and that he can do his job, and that maybe to get a driver would be a great idea. These kind of things we've suggested. So, but Jon's he's his own man. That's the way I always treat my people. They treat me with respect, and I treat them with respect. I can suggest to do things, which I do. But I don't own anybody. I'm not like I think there's like this whole myth of the martial arts master that like tells you what to do at every part of your day. And I'm definitely not that guy.
Okay.
I try to teach students, don't be an idiot. And some take to that better than others. But so I definitely do like think decisions through components to the way I teach. But I mean, these are grown men. This is a sport. It's not like I'm teaching my martial arts. And my martial arts school is very different. Then we're teaching values. We're giving you power, so we need to teach you values. This is a sport. So while we try to give them values, they need to also, it's not conducive to a martial artist to be bragging and saying he's going to beat everybody up. But it's hugely conducive to selling pay-per-view and stuff. So a lot of that is not. In my teaching, in my style, I would not do any of that.
Right.
But if you do that, you sell money or you sell the event, and so that helps out too. So there's different fighters take it different ways. But for my fighters, they're their own people, and I can suggest things for them. But that's about it. Considering
his layoff, are you expecting some ring rust on the 23rd?
I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but I don't think so. I think he's training hard enough where he's got some good sparring partners where he can just get right back into the flow.
Okay. By the way, what's it been like, on a quick side note, what's it been like? I get a kick out of seeing BJ Penn in all these pictures and seeing how your fighters are reacting to just having him there. It seems like they really enjoy him being around, and he seems to really enjoy being a part of the team. What's this been like for you to have him around?
It's just a lot of fun. BJ is he's actually a very thoughtful person. He's very intelligent. So having him around, he's an old vet, and I wouldn't say old, he's a vet, but it's just nice to have that energy in the school. He brings his own energy. He's a very caring person, and we just like having him around. Like everybody on the team adores him. So it's a very positive thing. The morale is really high. It's a packed school at the moment, but the team morale is really, really high, and that's a good thing.
Are you confident that he will fight?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think once he gets through his personal issues, we'll be ready, and hopefully, if we've done our job right, he'll come very prepared.
And he's staying in Albuquerque until he fights, right? Because I think that's important.
I think that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that we want him just focused here, constantly improving, learning new stuff, new ways of thinking, new thought patterns, these kind of things.
Also, while I have you, how difficult was it to watch what happened to Holly? So close to winning, or at least a draw, remaining champion, and then that happening. What was that like for you, considering your relationship with her?
Well, yeah, it was no fun. I mean, that's part of the game, though. It certainly was not an enjoyable evening. I'll put it that way. But we recover, we learn, we grow, and we move on. So, Holly's an incredibly mentally tough individual. So she's taking it in stride and training hard, and she'll be right back at it. She's lost before on big stages.
Yeah.
She's come back and won again. So I'm not too worried about Holly. I was very sad for Holly, but I wasn't angry. Like, I was mad at the judges when they gave Lawler the decision over Carlos, and it was a close fight, but I thought we had that.
Yeah.
That one I didn't react well on, but with Holly's, I was like, well, she's really just figuring out the ground game now. It takes a while, so I wasn't too upset.
I do remember seeing you after that Carlos Condit fight, and I don't recall, having the privilege of being back there, seeing you that upset after a fight. And who knows? I mean, do you really think that that was his last fight ever? Because he has said if he doesn't get a title shot, he's going to stick to that. And that was a couple months ago. What do you think now?
I don't know. He's coming by the gym and saying hi to everybody, but that honestly might not be. He might have changed his mind, but certainly I think a rematch would be in order for that one.
Yeah.
Nothing against Robbie. Robbie's a good friend of mine. I love him to death, and he fought his heart out. It's not his fault. But I thought the judging was a little askew that night for sure.
So he comes to the gym, but he's not really working out or training these days.
He trains, but he's not fight training. That's a whole different world. You
Sure.
can be in shape, and then there's being in fight shape. Two different things.
Do you want him to keep fighting?
I want him to be happy. So if fighting is making him happy, then I want him to fight. And if not fighting makes him happy, then I don't want him to fight. That's it.
I feel like I ask this question every week, and just 2 minutes left, and then we'll let you go. And thank you again for the time. But GSP, do you think he comes back?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Certainly, he's a great guy and a good fighter, and I'm sure he's got a few years left in him if he wants to do it. But it's all the way up to him. But as for me, I have no idea.
Has he talked to you about it?
No, we haven't sat down on it at all. I've talked to Faraz a little bit, but haven't sat down with George on it.
Okay, and finally, how awkward is this Overeem Arlovsky situation for you? I know you're not a fan of this.
Yeah, it's just a pain in the butt. It's all part of the job, but and we have protocols, et cetera, et cetera. So everybody's been very cool about it, but it's just not fun.
Are they ever?
No part of that is fun for me.
Are they ever training in the same gym at the same time?
No, we have them at separate times.
Okay, and what about like is Overeem going to have any of the coaches with him, or is he bringing in his own guys? Because you guys have said that he's bringing his own guys, right? Wow.
No, he's got some of his own guys and some of our coaches too.
Wow. Is this the first? Is this the highest stage?
How it works.
I know you stepped out when Carlos fought GSP, but for you personally, is this the highest stage where you've had to corner a fighter against another fighter of yours?
Yeah, probably. I would. Nothing comes to mind, although I'm famous for forgetting stuff. But off the top of my head, I would say yes. Wow.
All right. So you're just hoping for that day to come and go and move on, right?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
All right. Well, Greg, I appreciate the time. I know how much you love doing these interviews, so it means a lot that you would come on the show and give us some insight. I was very curious to hear your perspective on all this. And I wish you guys the best. It seems like you have 8 fighters on every weekend and every different card out there. But in particular, April 23rd, since we focused on that, good luck against Ovince Preux. Looking forward to it. I will see you out there.
All right. Thanks, brother.
All right. There he is, Greg Jackson, stopping by. Interesting to hear him say that Jon Jones, as we joked about last week on the program, now has a full-time driver. And I think that is very important and a huge piece of news. Not to undermine anything that he's doing, but look, you're that close. There's so much riding on it. And every time Jon has gotten in trouble, it's been related to cars. So why not play it safe, get a nice, remember last week I said, get a Rolls Royce, get something like that, get a sweet ride, chill out in the back, do what you got to do, and just be safe. Get your money, get your belt back, do your thing, and leave the driving to someone else. I think that's a great call. And kudos to him for actually agreeing to it. Kudos to the team to, finally do it. What a week it has been for Jon Jones, and certainly look forward to catching up with him a little later on in the program. Now, in a minute, we are going to be joined, and again, thank you very much to Greg for that. In a minute, we're going to be joined by Ian McCall, a.k.a. Uncle Creepy, one of the very best flyweights in the world, though he has not been fighting that much as of late. In fact, the last time we saw Ian McCall in action, that was back in January of 2015. So more than a year ago. Fought John Lineker, lost a unanimous decision to him, was oh so close to getting another crack at Demetrius Johnson. But I wanted to catch up with our old friend Ian McCall, and now he is joining us, I believe, via the magic of Skype. There he is, Uncle Creepy himself. Ian, how are you?
Could be worse, Life is good. I'm just hanging out. Just cleaned my room and gonna go. Was waiting for you, so I had to do something, right?
Right. Well, I appreciate you joining us. Always love having you on the show, and there's a lot to discuss. Let's start with this one before we get into all the stuff happening outside of the cage. Why haven't you fought since January of 2015?
This arm. I was getting ready for another fight. I don't even know if I had a fight lined up, but I was staying in shape. And I was wrestling out in Texas. I do a lot of work with the military. And we were teaching a seminar for a bunch of Special Forces kids. And I just was wrestling and my shoulder popped. I had a fully torn bicep tendon. I tore my bicep muscle a little bit, but it wasn't a big enough deal to have surgery. But then I tore 2 labral tears and a fully torn rotator cuff. So my whole shoulder was kind of done.
Did you have surgery?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. So I thought you were pointing to your hand because you've had issues with the hand before, but the hand is okay.
Yeah, the good hand.
Oh my Lord.
So, just to put it in perspective, I have 2 bulging discs in my neck, and then I have the 4-part surgery on my shoulder. I fractured and dislocated my elbow. I got 3 surgeries, 2 breaks, and a bad infection in this arm. So my arm doesn't work so well. Like right now, it's my hand's kind of numb.
Wow. Still.
Yeah.
Did you just give me the finger? Was that a subtle way of you giving me the finger?
No, I was just trying to feel my hand. The outside of my hand is numb. Sometimes it's these 2 fingers.
Wow.
Sometimes it's these 2 fingers. Sometimes it is this finger, but that's.
I saw an interview with you recently. I think you were driving in your car, and I sincerely apologize. The name of the outlet that you spoke to is escaping me, so I want to give them credit. I'll find it later. But it did seem...
Talking Brawls.
Talking Brawls. There you go. Thank you for that. Yeah. It did seem like you were sort of leaning towards maybe not fighting again. Did I read that wrong?
No, I just have to be realistic. My body isn't working very, very well, and I do still train. I train every day. I teach every day. I still beat up. I still beat up on everybody. I just have to take it slow. I don't know if my body can handle another training camp because I train hard.
Yeah.
Like everybody else, I train really hard, and I also train very smart. But I just have a tendency to break. So I've made peace with it that I might never fight again. Do I want to fight? Of course, I want to fight. I would like nothing more than to fight, but I have to be realistic. People keep asking me, and I'm tired of lying. Like, oh, I'm just getting ready. No, like I'm training. I'm in good shape, but I don't have any confidence in this shoulder in my arm. So once I can get that figured out and hopefully get the nerve damage or whatever's happened, get it more situated and get it a little less aggravated, I guess, I would love to fight. It's just, I have to be realistic. I have a child. I have a life. My brain still works. So I'm just, taking my time. If it takes, till summer, it takes till next year. If I never fight again, whatever. I've accomplished a lot, and that's a drug that is hard to come by. Is performing in front of an audience like that. So I want nothing more than that. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Is there something keeping you around in a sense that, like, it's obvious that you're in pain and some parts of your body are just not going to get back to 100%. That's just, life and being a fighter. Why not just move on at this point? Is there something that you still want to do? Are you not at peace with the idea that fight in January of 2015 was your last fight?
Yeah, my whole UFC career doesn't settle well with me.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of ups and downs, a lot of injuries and mental screw ups and whatever. I know myself, along with other people that are close to me, know how good I am, and I just haven't been able to show the world really. Besides my first fight in UFC, and that still wasn't. Obviously, that fight doesn't sit well with me.
Sure.
So it's something that I am segueing into, broadcasting or I guess podcasting. I guess are the same. I have a podcast that just came out. My first episode was last week with Psycho Mike Catherwood from Loveline. I figure with the stories that I have and the friends that I have, I can get a good following going. There's some other radio stuff that I've been talking about doing, or talking to people about doing. So if I can get paid to have another job that's just a hobby, then that would be great. I can have a hobby job, and I'm looking for ways to be at home as much as possible with my kid. Like I just pulled this out of my bed. See, I'm a dad.
Thing. Yes, I love it.
So I just, that's my goal, is to be able to spend as much time with my kid as possible. And also my team. I'm stuck there. This is all I have is I have a master's degree in fist fighting, and I always want to be part of the sport. I always want to at least coach. So I'm doing that.
So congratulations, first things first, on the podcast. I understand that you're working with the great TJ DeSantis, so I know it's going to sound and feel and look very good. He's fantastic at his job. It has a great name as well, right? What's the name?
Story Time with Uncle Creepy.
I love it. I mean, you gotta capitalize on that amazing nickname, arguably the greatest of all time as far as MMA is concerned. Is this something that you wanted to do? You wanted to do for a long time? Did TJ approach you? Like, how did this all come together?
Well, I've wanted to do it. I've done other shows kind of my own, and they haven't worked out because I haven't had someone like TJ behind me. Mm-hmm. Me and TJ came together, and I was actually trying to do the show with Psycho Mike. Oh, my face itches so much today. I was trying to do it with Psycho Mike, and he can't do it contractually. So it was just a good idea for him. He's so big in the business where it would have worked for sure. But now I have someone like TJ producing it for me. And, without him, because I've had so much smoke blown up my ass my whole life about stuff like this, he actually is getting it done. Everything's working. We have a studio, and it's fun. And we have a good working, relationship. I like TJ. He's a smart guy. He knows the sport. And the thing is, we're not even talking about the sport.
That was my question. Yeah. Is this an MMA podcast? This is just a life podcast.
This is a life podcast.
Okay.
I deal with MMA enough in my life where I don't want to talk about it anymore. Or at least, for my job, I don't want to talk about it. Because it'll come up. We're going to talk about it eventually. We always touch on it, and it's more or less. I kept it open with the name Storytime with Uncle Creepy because I want people to just come on and tell stories. That's all it is. It's me screwing around with people I know or people that I've met, and we're just telling stories.
So, for example, like last week was your first episode. What's a story? I mean, just knowing your history and what you've been through, I'm sure you have stories for days. many that we
Yes.
don't even know about yet. Is there something that comes to mind that you shared last week or that you might want to tease for an upcoming episode that you can give us some insight into what we're dealing with here?
Well, how censored do I have to be?
You could be whatever you want, my friend. This is the internet. It's a
Okay.
beautiful thing.
So we were talking about, drugs, sex, rock and roll, your usual stuff. We touched on how Mike's dog loves the taste of his cum. We talked about a guy getting fucked to death by a horse.
What?
We talked about, you've never seen it, Mr. Hands. Google Mr. Hands.
No, I'd rather not, but thank you.
There's a video of it. There's a documentary on it. What else did we talk?
Yeah.
We talked about all kinds of stuff. We talked about life, and those are just the silly things we talked about. But I'm trying to get my good friend Chuck Liddell on there. Hopefully he'll grace me with his presence.
Yeah.
But the lineup that I'm working on is pretty good, and especially someone like Chuck. We've got stories for days. I've known him since I was 18, and we have a lot of really fun stuff to talk about, like I do with most of my friends. So once I can get the big names out of the way,
yep.
Maybe for the first 10 or so, then you'll see me dabble. And I want to do a best friends episode with Chuck and Antonio Benuelos and Casey Olson. Every once in a while, where we've traveled the world together.
Yeah.
We've been all over the place, and for us to just sit back and drink a beer and talk just utter nonsense, people will be highly entertained.
Now, when does this come out? What day?
It's Wednesdays right now. We haven't been approved for iTunes yet.
Okay.
We'll probably get approved today, I'm guessing, because we recorded it last Wednesday. So I'm guessing we'll be approved for iTunes, and then we'll be every Wednesday. If I can go, to 2 days a week, if I can get a big enough following, then I definitely will do 2 days a week. If I can do this 5 days a week, I'll probably do it. I don't want to go to LA that much, but whatever. That's that's besides the point. I really like telling stories or talking story if you're Hawaiian.
Yeah.
As you can see my shirt.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good time, and people will enjoy it. I promise, because you're gonna hear some ridiculous stuff, and like most podcasts, or it's like some podcasts maybe, the stuff that I say is stupid. So don't take it with a grain of salt. Like most of the stuff that I say on Twitter, or it's either not serious or it's halfway serious. I just say it to get a reaction out of people, which seems to work.
Is it the goal to do this podcast? It becomes the biggest thing. You get paid tons, and then that's your way out of MMA fighting. Like, is that are you using this podcast to try to ease the transition out of active competition?
Yeah, of course. I have behind me the people that talked me into doing this was Joe Rogan.
Yep.
Brendan Schaub, Eddie Bravo. I went up and did Joe's show, and they kind of were like, "Hey, man, this is what you need to do." And I was like, "Okay." And maybe they didn't even really notice what they were doing, but those are the kind of people mentoring me, or Psycho Mike. These are all people who are big in the business, and hi, Mom, and they want me to do it. So that was something that really sparked my interest, even though I already had it, and they kind of made me make it come to fruition.
Forgive me for prying, but you are such an open book. I have to ask, does Ian McCall live with his mom?
I do.
Wow.
I do.
That's a story in its own right.
I live with my mom.
That's incredible.
I live with, yeah, at first it's my mom. Hey, Mom.
Hello.
So I'll take you. I live with, so it's me and my mom.
Yes.
But see, first off, it was me and my dad. My dad has helped me raise my kid.
Okay.
And because, it was just us. And then my parents haven't been together for 15 years. And then, I don't know, she's hiding. So she moved back in, and her and my daughter live in bunk beds in their room. And
oh, we lost you. Did you unplug something? All of a sudden, I don't hear you anymore. We were getting to the nitty. Oh, are you back? No, we lost you again. Something happened. Oh, is it maybe that your headphones got unplugged or something? There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, I'm just taking a stroll around Casa de Creepy. It's kind of bright out here.
I like that.
So I moved in with my dad, and my mom lives there now too. My brother's on the couch with pneumonia, And I live in a nice house up on the hill. You can't really see the ocean.
Oh, wow.
Because it's foggy.
Yeah.
But why would I not live here? My life doesn't suck.
That's
I
incredible.
live in a nice place.
Is your daughter with you too? She stays there as well?
Yeah, she lives here full time.
Wow, what a life! Who knew, Uncle Creepy? That's amazing. And how far are you from the gym, Timoyama?
I'm about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, which is only like 20 miles in Orange County. But I live in a sleepy little beach town called San Clemente. It's awesome. It's the last town in Orange County south. South of us is Camp Pendleton Base, so it's very mellow. I don't mind the commute. I mean, it's commuting in Orange County sucks because there's so much traffic.
Yeah.
But I live in paradise, so as long as my kid's happy and I have a lot of help with my family, why not?
and again, I feel like I can ask you this question: living with mom and having so many people there, how's this for the dating life?
Well, I'm now single.
Okay, well that's I guess a good thing.
And I can't. Yeah, my mom's a huge cockblock, that's for sure. It's like we'll say, for instance, the other night, Saturday night, I brought a woman home, and see, I have a back door. That's what I just walked out of, and I also have a lock on my door. Okay. So, I can lock my door and just be like, "Oh, Daddy wasn't home. Daddy was gone." But yeah, and then I snuck out my back door and sent her away. But it hinders me in a good way. I can't bring a bunch of women around. I just broke up with. I've had 2 real girlfriends since my daughter was born, and she met both of them, and they're both gone now. Well, she met Jade too, but that was like in passing. I guess she's met 2 people. She knew 2 people, and she's getting to the age where it's not fair to be bringing a bunch of women around her, and I'm not going to stop hanging out with a bunch of women, so I don't bring them here.
Okay, fair enough. Wow. The podcast just got a whole lot more interesting as far as I'm concerned if you talk about this day-to-day stuff. By the way, Carla Esparza, the former champion, now back. Is she feeling okay? Are you there coaching every day? Is that maybe another transition for you?
Yeah. I have to watch over Carla. She's looking really good, especially her wrestling jiu-jitsu has always been good. Her kickboxing was the final thing, the piece to put together, and her punching power. She punched me the other day in the body and in the head, and I remember kind of go, wow, okay, like wow, that didn't feel good, and it so she's figuring it out, because all wrestlers have a chance to punch hard. It's just a lot of times it's hard for wrestlers to make it translate because they're so heavy over the front foot for shots and stuff. We've settled her more in her stance. Her head work's moving really well. Her footwork. So you're going to see a very evolved Carla in this next fight, and I'm excited.
So will you become a full-time coach there?
Yeah, my coach Colin Oyama, he asked me not too long ago, well, where do you want to be in 10 years? And I was like, next to you, duh. So assistant coaching, I don't really see myself doing anything else. And for most of my career, I didn't want to coach. I didn't want to be that heavily invested in people, because I see things happen, that are, it's hard. It's really hard to be that invested in people, but I'm good at it, and I love it. And this is that's my family is at the gym. Besides obviously my family here, my blood family. That's the Ohana, back to the Hawaiian stuff. So I'm excited to start building more products like Carla, because we've got these young up and coming hungry guys, 2 kids that haven't even fought amateur, and they're fresh out of college wrestling, and I've been training them since they were like 9. This other kid, Richard Alacron, he's just started to go pro. We have Alex Perez. We've got a bunch of kickboxers. So it's exciting. We don't care about taking in these guys that are already incredible. We're like, no, we have time. We're going to build them from the ground up, and because we have such an amazing facility.
Well, that is great, and I'm happy to hear. Wow, it's great to catch up. I'm happy to hear that everything's going well. I'll end on this. 2 last things. How close on this April 4th of 2016? How close are you to deciding whether or not you will ever fight again? Do you have? Are you leaning one way? Do you know? Is it impossible for you to answer that question? Where do you sit?
it's impossible. I want to fight.
Okay.
That's the thing. I do physical therapy almost every day. I work out every day. I do a bunch of yoga. I have, I get massages. I eat extremely healthy. So I'll be ready. I really want to say I'm going to fight again.
Okay.
That's the plan. But I have to be realistic. So I don't know, but man, my arm is really numb today. I'm
sorry.
Speaking of, it's all right. It's, that's life. But I can't really say if I am or I'm not. It's just one of those things that we'll have to see.
All right. By the way, while we have you, it's very much in the news. DJ or Cejudo? Who's your pick?
DJ. Henry is great. He's very good, but his boxing isn't good enough to catch DJ, I don't think, and he doesn't seem to have the one-shot power to knock out DJ. I mean, anyone can do that, but I don't see it happening. And also, I don't think he's fast enough. And kind of the gap between his lack of speed and the technical deficiencies that he'll have against someone like DJ is. I don't see it. I don't see him. I see DJ outworking him for 5 rounds. Who knows if he'll get tired? I don't know. I know he's a hard worker, so he might not get tired, but I see him kind of getting picked apart. I mean, he is good, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's champion caliber. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't see it happening.
Well, I know that you were going to tell it like it is. Do you see anyone in the division right now who can beat DJ outside of yourself, of course?
With one arm, yes,
Yeah.
I'll beat DJ. No, I don't see anybody. I mean, who's going to beat him? Joe? Joe's going to be a bridesmaid for the rest of his life. Just like a Uriah or, Chad. And all those guys are studs. You got to think. All those guys are badasses, but they're just not good enough to beat the champs. So who else would there be?
You don't see any up-and-comers or anything like that, huh?
No, not right now. I haven't seen anything. There might be somebody out there. Maybe I haven't been paying enough attention because I don't pay much attention to much anything really. But besides, like I get to watch a lot of what have we been watching lately? Been watching the Krat brothers. What is it? The Wild Krats. Been watching a lot of Wild Krats. I wanted to be a scientist as a kid, like some sort of scientist to work with animals. And my daughter's going down the same route, so she's obsessed with animal shows, which is cool because she's not watching, something that's going to make her,
Sure,
more, not going to dumb her down.
Sure.
So I would love to see a good up and coming kid. I don't even know who's out there right now. I watch a lot of fights mainly because my dad watches every fight.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't been paying much attention.
Fair enough. For now, we will say goodbye. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you for doing it. Congratulations on the new podcast. Again, it's called Storytime with Uncle Creepy every Wednesday. Hopefully soon it'll get on iTunes. I suggest anyone who listens to this show to check it out. I'll be checking it out. I can't wait. Just knowing you a little bit. Great stuff. I wish you the best with that. And get well soon, my friend. I hope you heal up soon. And good luck, of course, to the team as Carla returns to action later on this month. Looking forward to that.
Thank you very much, man. Have a good time.
All right, there he is, Ian McCall, Uncle Creepy, one of the very best flyweights in the world. Unfortunately, a little banged up right now. Looking forward to his debut. For now, we can listen to his podcast. That sounds like a lot of fun, and I will be doing that as well. Okay, let us move along. Very excited to talk to our next guest. He woke up Saturday morning looking for a fight. Not that long ago, we were talking about, or I put out an article from his team saying that this guy couldn't find an opponent to fight him at light heavyweight and heavyweight. Now here he is, less than 3 weeks away from fighting the fighter that I believe is the greatest of all time. How about that? How quickly things can change in this sport and in life. We're talking to Ovince Preux right now about his fight against Jon Jones. OSP, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, man. I know your life must be pretty hectic, a lot more hectic than it was just a few days ago. Let's start from the beginning. Where were you when you got the call that you were being considered for Jon Jones on 3 weeks' notice?
I was just out running some errands and stuff, and I actually pulled up to the drive-thru I actually put up to the drive-thru. I was at KFC. And then after that, the lady asked me what you wanted, and I went ahead and paid the lady, and I just kind of took off. I was like, I don't want the food anymore.
Wow.
So I was like, I think I'm going to have to start doing an extreme diet. So, but I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm feeling really good. My coaches are kind of throw me in the deep end of the water. It's going to be like that for the next 2 weeks, and I'm more prepared for it. So, if fights like this don't come around that often, an opportunity presented itself. So, I'm definitely, taking advantage of it.
So okay, so you're there, you get the call. When you get the call, is this from your team saying, hey, we got you this fight, or is this from someone saying, are you interested in this fight? What was that call like?
Well, initially, like I was, my trainer Joey called my phone, and he didn't say anything, but he called our head trainer. He the only thing that came out of his mouth was like, call Eric right now, which is Eric Turner's my head coach. And we said that. That's when I was like, shoot. And I called him, and I just kind of had a giggle when I called him. And I was like, okay, give it to me. And he was like, well, and I was like, yeah, we can go ahead and go for it. It's something that we wanted. It's something that we're pretty excited about. And like I said, it just is one of the opportunities that, won't come. And, it's either me stick around for another, 2 years or so and try to wait for this opportunity to come again, or me just jump on it right now, and I'd rather jump on it right now.
Yeah. You mentioned that you were pulling up the KFC, so I have to ask, I mean, what kind of shape are you in?
I feel pretty good. I'm actually in pretty good shape. It's just the fact that I got to push. I'm in really good shape right now. Just the fact that I want to make sure I'm pushing myself for a 5-round fight. I was still running. Even like on Friday, I was running on the treadmill on Friday, and I ran 3 miles in 20 minutes, 20:40. So I was feeling pretty good. And it's just one of them things. I knew this was going to happen. And the weekend are usually, somewhat of my cheat meal. That's usually on Saturday. And on Sunday, I get back on my diet. But I'm feeling good. My team, we got together Sunday. We all met together on Sunday, came up with a game plan for the next 2 weeks to actually push me overboard. And I've been feeling it thus far, so I can't complain about that.
You said that you knew that this was going to happen. What did you expect to happen?
I don't know. Just it was funny. Like all last week, I just had a little funny feeling, and just because of the Cormier situation, rumors, speculation was online saying that, he was limping at a wrestling match and stuff, and and just kind of looking up and down the 205 weight class. Okay, what would happen? Just kind of looking up and down the 205 weight class to see what would happen. I mean, my name was probably the best choice for that fight. So, so I was prepared for it.
You put out a statement recently saying that you were very frustrated that you couldn't get a fight, that you thought that the light heavyweights were a little scared to fight you. You were even thinking about heavyweight. If you can verbalize it, like, where were you at? I mean, you just fought in May, but it seemed like you were very anxious, in March, early March, against Fei Zhao, and you were banged up in that fight early on and still pulled through. Mentally, why did you want to come? Like, why were you so frustrated just a month after a fight in which you got a little banged up?
Well, the fight was February 6th. And
February 6th, that's right.
Yeah, February 6th. A lot of other 205 pounders, they haven't fights after I was. And it was crazy because I was like, okay, I was thinking in my head, okay, I'm kind of going to hang out for about a month or so, and then I'm going to end up getting a phone call. A month went by, almost a month and a half went by, and then I was like, no phone calls. And I started seeing everybody else getting fights. And I was like, look, I don't want to sit around like I did last time, I was trying to keep myself active as possible, preferably every, 4 months, 3 to 4 months. Or let me hear about a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was just thinking about it. My coach was like, how you feel? I was like, man, I want to actually get back in there right now. And I was like, I'll fight one of the smaller heavyweights. I have no problem doing that. And he was like, okay. So I was like, look, it's one of them things where, a lot of 205, a lot of guys within the weight division, they'll probably take the fight on. They'll probably take the fight, but they want to make sure they take the fight on a good camp. But at the same time, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty big for this weight class too. So, that can have a lot of factors to do with it. So, Plus, even with the fight against Fejal, I got hurt early in the first round, and I was able to overcome that. And I was limping around for the next 2 days, and after that, it was just like that following week, I was back at it again.
So you're 100% now.
Yeah, I'm 110%.
Jon has been the gold standard at 205 for many years, for around 5 years. When do you recall first dreaming about this opportunity to fight the best there is?
I mean, my opportunity started when he actually, had the belt. I mean, it's just one of them things where, he fought guys, and the way he went about doing that, like you said, he's going to go probably down in history pound for pound, one of the best fighters ever in the UFC. So, for me, stepping in there, actually fighting him, hey, look, it's a hell of a story to tell my kids.
Yeah. And people, this as well as anyone, they put out the odds. A lot of people are not picking you. They don't think you have a chance. Have you seen that stuff, and are you bothered by it?
No, me personally, I don't get bothered about stuff like that at all. I'm pretty cool, calm, relaxed. I know people that been around me. People that been here since day one with me. My coach Eric Turner, Joey Zoner, my strength and conditioning coach, Nate Hoffmeister, and people that been helping me out from day one. Even with my diet, my dietitian Eddie Raymond, even him helped me out from day one. I know those are the people I need in my corner. Everybody else, you're always going to hear things online, whether it's good or bad. You're always going to hear things online. So, with me, I just kind of shrug my shoulders, laugh. And, April 23rd will get here.
Does a part of you feel like this is the perfect time? If you're ever going to fight Jon Jones, this is the perfect time. He hasn't fought in a year and a half or so. He's been dealing with a lot outside of the cage. And just last week, he was behind bars. Do you feel like he is ripe for the taking here?
I mean, he got a lot of situations going, but the thing about Jon is, he makes himself, mentally prepared for every situation, especially when it comes to fights. And I think he said he's going to be there in the fight, but, that's the biggest thing about myself, too, is mentally I can get to myself. And, my last fight proved, I didn't get to myself. And it's something my coach, caught on to. And we were able to fix that, just alone doing, mixed martial arts training. All that training is hard physically, but a lot of times people don't realize you need to get the mental training in too, because that's just as hard too. And when I first started, it was extremely frustrating, and now I'm pretty much cool, calm, collective. Even now I'm mentally aware of what's going on, but I know these next 2 weeks is going to be hell. But at the same time, it's something that I need. It's something that I want. And I'm prepared to sacrifice everything. Shoot, I was actually supposed to, this weekend, Friday is my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Flying down. Appreciate it. Friday, I was supposed to be flying home to Florida, and I spent my birthday with my family. And my dad's birthday's on the 12th. We was going to do a dual birthday party. And, I couldn't even break down to my mom and tell her that I wasn't going to come home. So I was like, hey, told my brother to call my mom. I was like, hey, can you tell Mom I'm not going to be coming home? So my parents, they're Haitian. They don't, and it's crazy too. It's just my parents don't put a lot of pressure on me. They don't understand the magnitude this fight is, just because, my parents, they born and raised in Haiti, so, they don't understand. They just kind of hear people talking about it. Oh, you're gonna fight again? Okay, they're just kind of nodding their head about it. So I just leave them in their own little world or whatnot, and just let them be happy.
That is amazing. Will they go to the fight? I mean, this is the biggest fight of your life. You've been an athlete your whole life, University of Tennessee, all that stuff, but nothing bigger than this. Will they attend on the 23rd?
I don't think so. I don't think so. My dad got a little complications going on and stuff, so I think my mom just kind of hang out with my dad at home. So, they went to one of my fights. They enjoyed themselves. My mom was like, she probably won't go to another fight, but that was good. So as long as they can see on TV, they'll be good.
Now, I don't know if you know this. I know you've been training and busy. An hour ago, Daniel Cormier was on this show, and he said that he would love to extend the invitation to you and your team to go to San Jose and train with him, Cain Velasquez, Luke Rockhold, those guys. And he can't be very active right now, but he wants to help you beat Jon Jones, and he wants to pay for your travel. And I know you're just finding out about this, and it's a lot to digest. It kind of threw me for a loop. But does this sound like something that you would be interested in?
Well, actually, I was listening to the show when he actually said that because he actually, I know Daniel. We talk every time I see him. We get to talk and stuff. And him and my manager Joey, they always text from time to time. But it's just one of them situations. Is like I said, since day one, I've been here with my trainer and stuff. It's one of them things that we talked about. I've been with my camp since day one, and I appreciate the invitation and everything, our hospitality, even going back to the the Strike Force days with Bob Cook. Definitely appreciate the invitation, but I think with everything we got going on over here, my coach came up with a solid game plan, and I think we're definitely going to be okay.
All right, so you're respectfully declining.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I spoke to the first time I ever spoke to you was after your win over Benji Raddick in December of 2010. That was an amazing year. That was really a turning point year for you. You fought 6 times in 365 days or so, went undefeated. And I remember talking to you.
I fought 8 times.
8 times. Yes, that's right. Okay, well, some of them was in 2009, right?
Well, I fought in the year's calendar. I fought 8 times. In a period of 7 weeks, I fought 3 times.
Okay, yes, I'm looking at it right now. You're right. I can't count. In any event, I remember talking to you after that Benji Raddick fight, and you said that, prior to 2010, you were getting a little frustrated. You lost a couple in a row, and you actually considered retiring. Do you remember that? How close were you to actually walking away from the sport?
I gave myself a year. I was like, if I can't turn this around in a year, I'm gonna probably call it a quit. And the reason that happened because when I first started off, it was just one of them things when, the talent level was always there. It's just I was always like, okay, I was working out on my own. I was doing the cardio on my own. I was always pushing myself on my own. And, as people, you can only push yourself to a certain limit. You're not going to push yourself to the max. That's why you need a personal trainer. You need somebody to push you. So I got with my strength and conditioning coach, Nate Hoffmeister, and he just basically lit me up. And after that, I started lighting everybody else up.
What do you think you'd have ended up doing if you didn't continue on this journey and go on that streak, end up in the UFC, all that stuff? Do you have any idea what you'd be doing now?
You know what? I had a couple job offers that I could have probably been doing, but at the same time, it's different. Like, if you'd asked me back in 2004, 2005, when I was still in college, if I'd have been doing this, or you would have asked me that, I'd have been headlining, the main event April 23rd, to fight for the interim belt, I'd have looked at you and be like, you need to lay off the drugs. But, back then, I used to watch, MMA all the time. But I was that guy who would sit back and be like, man, I don't know how these guys would do it. They're freaking nuts. It was like, I can't do that. And look at me now.
It's amazing. Well, it's an amazing story, and you have an opportunity to shock the world and beat the greatest of all time in just 3 weeks. How crazy has life been the last 48 hours or so? Is this unlike anything you've ever experienced?
I mean, it is. I'm taking everything with it. Instead of pushing everything away from me, I'm actually gravitating toward. I'm actually accepting everything. The more I accept everything, the easier my day gets. My trainer told me, these next 2 weeks, you're not gonna like it. And to be honest, I got my trainer, Joey Villar, and I got my strength and conditioning coach, Nate Hoffmeister. They're both going to be living with me, and I'm going to need that because I can feel myself at times. I'm going to be like, man, okay, I'm pushing myself to the max, and I'm doing it in a fashion that I'm keeping my body healthy too. So pretty much every day I'm pushing myself to the max. Every day I'm doing some type of recovery, some type of treatment. But I'm excited. I got 3 weeks to do this, and I definitely think I could do it in 3 weeks. There's times where like you said, the Benji Raddick fight, I was home during Thanksgiving, and when that happened, I got a phone call on Friday. Sunday, I'm flying out. Wednesday, I'm signing the contract. I'm fighting Saturday. And,
crazy.
Those type of fights, the short notice fights, I've done those before. I've done those all the time before. So usually those end up working out to my favor, too.
By the way, if you don't mind me asking, how much do you weigh right now?
I'm about 229.
Okay.
I'm about 229, 228. So it's not bad. If you compare to my last camp, I didn't tell my trainer this, but in my last camp, I think 3 weeks out, I was almost 238.
Wow, that is insane. So you're fighting for the interim belt. Did you know that when you accept? I'm sure you would have taken the fight regardless, but did you know that the interim title was on the line when you accepted?
Initially, the first the first phone call, just like, do you want to fight do you want to fight a pay-per-view main event? And I was like, talked to my trainer. I was like, yeah. And I was like, man, I kind of sat back and kind of thought about it, and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And then they get a call back again, and I think Dana called Joey. He was like, hey, this is for the interim title. And I was like, oh, for real? Makes it even more interesting. And, a lot of people say I'm crazy for taking the fight, and I tell them they're crazy for not taking the fight.
Of course.
When are you going to have another opportunity like this? People die for opportunities like this. So, the opportunity presented itself, and I took it. I don't care if I was 250, I would have took the fight.
Two last quick things, and that's an amazing attitude, and I give you a lot of credit. In a weird way, I know it's the interim title officially, but in a weird way because he never actually lost the belt, and most people, including myself, consider him undefeated. He's had some weird situations, Matt Hamill and whatnot.
That it makes it even better.
Does it kind of, if you win, do you kind of feel like you're fighting for the real belt here?
It kind of does, but it's one of them things where, like, not necessarily for the belt. It's just for like fighting the best of the best. And within that weight class, he was the best of the best. He technically hasn't lost the fight at all. He lost the fight because he got disqualified. So it's one of them things where he's fighting the best of the best. And if anything, I can tell everybody I fought the best of the best.
Yeah. And then finally, he, as you just said, best of the best, and he's looked so good throughout his career. Are you already starting to dream about a scenario in which you actually do shock the world? Is something coming to mind? Are we too early in the process here? I don't even know if you're that kind of guy, but do you foresee the scenario in which you will shock the world on April 23rd?
I mean, I have to. A lot of things that I do is imagery, visualization, and stuff. And every time I wake up, I have to tell myself that. Every time I go to sleep, I have to tell myself that. I'm dreaming about that. Every movie that I put on is some type of movie that's telling me that, I'm fighting for glory. And, if I doubt myself in any which way, I mean, I already lost the fight before I got there. So I'm doing a lot of imagery and visualization. And every time that happens, within every scenario, it doesn't matter what happens, I have my hand raised at the end.
Is there a finish that emerges every time? Or are we getting that specific?
No, it's just me. Every time it happens, it can happen, within the decision, finish. I don't care. I just tell myself I need to get my hand raised in the end. It's just there was one time I was like, damn, I got my ass beat for at least 4 rounds, and somehow, some way, I end up pulling it off.
Wow.
And I can't, there's no way in my head that I will tell myself I've lost the fight. With every situation, every time I play that fight through my head, I can't lose that fight.
They will be dancing from Florida to Tennessee if that happens in a little less than 3 weeks' time in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is part of the beauty of the sport when stories like this emerge. Unfortunate circumstances, you grab the bull by the horns, and now here you are, just days away from a massive opportunity and an even bigger one if you win. I really appreciate, like I said, I know you're super busy right now, OSP, but I really appreciate you coming on and talking to us. Good luck in training. Good luck in preparing for the fight. And, of course, good luck April 23rd. Looking forward to seeing you seize that opportunity.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. There he is. Ovince St. Preux, who has a massive task on his hands. Unbelievable. Wow. What an opportunity for him. It's amazing. Like I said, looking for a fight, and then here he is, pardon the pun, and here he is less than 3 weeks away from fighting Jon Jones for the interim title. Who saw this coming? And, of course, it wasn't the fight that everyone was looking forward to, and hopefully we'll get that opportunity. But these wacky scenarios are part of what makes MMA so much fun. Another thing that makes MMA so much fun, May 14th, UFC 198. I said on the MMA Beat last week that this might be one of the best cards that the UFC has ever put on for a specific market. They put on great cards all the time, but more often than not these days, it seems like, okay, there's a card and it's in a place and there's no real connection to the place. And I'm a firm believer that needs to be done more so than often and more so than not, I should say. And if you look at that 198 card with all the great Brazilian fighters, but in particular fighters like Shogun Rua, who is from Curitiba, like Anderson Silva, who is from Curitiba, and now like Cris Cyborg, who is from Curitiba, who will be making her long-awaited, much-anticipated UFC debut on May 14th at 140 pounds against Leslie Smith. This is a massive deal, and it makes that card that much more important, and we're so excited to be talking to her right now. She's joining us via the phone, one of the newest members to the UFC officially, Cris Cyborg, on the show right now. Cris, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is a lot of fun. I really appreciate the time. Okay, so I'm very curious because we had heard some whispers that they were considering putting you on the card. When did you find out that it was a real possibility that you'd be fighting on this card?
You know, I was in Brazil after my last fight, and I saw it have a 198 UFC in my city, Curitiba, and I started talking with my fans. Let's go ask for Dana if I can make this fight happen. And after a couple weeks, I back to Brazil. I back to from Brazil to America, and UFC talked to my manager and said maybe can fight 140, but have to be 140. And Giovanni, UFC Brazil president, he say would like to. And I talked to my team. I say if it's possible. I talked with George Lockhart, my nutrition. We worked together almost 2 years, and they say yeah we can. And I said, okay, it'll be fun. And I feel really blessed because I will be fighting Curitiba, my city. I was my last fight. I did it there almost 10 years ago.
Wow. That's an amazing story in its own right. I know it's been a long journey to get to this point. Was there ever a point where you thought, you know what, I just will never fight in the UFC? And if so, did that bother you? Did it bother you that you couldn't fight for the top organization?
You know, when I start training, of course, I see the best fight, the best event in the world, and the big ones, the biggest. And when I start training, of course, I have a dream, be UFC one day. But after everything happened in my career and everything happened, I would say, man, I take off this dream in my heart and say, man, I have to keep work. If it's opportunity to come in my life because God will bless me about this, okay, if not, I will keep working in other organization and try to do my best. And I keep work hard, and Shanna gave me a big opportunity for fighting Invicta, and I'm really happy there. And I feel really blessed coming from Invicta for doing one super fight UFC. And I will be there. I will be there representing Invicta, you world champ 145. And before, yes, I would like the UFC, but after everything happened, I was thinking this dream so far, but that's it. That's come again, come true, and I'm really happy. I'm training so hard for making a nice fight for everyone.
Recently, Holly Holm's manager, Lenny Fresquez, told the Albuquerque Journal that she was approached about fighting you. Other names I know were discussed as well. Did you hope that it was someone like Holly, a former champion, a bigger name, or were you hoping that because this is 140, your first time fighting there, that it would be, with all due respect, someone a little, lower ranked so that you can get your feet wet?
I never choose my opponents, and my manager talks to UFC try to find an opponent for me, and when sending paper for me, signing paper, I sign the paper. Doesn't matter who I will fight. I think when you fight, you have to be ready for fighting the girls. And then you were champion 145, and when the champ, you have to be ready to fight the girls, And, of course, Holly Holm is a great fighter, and maybe we can fight soon. But I would like, if I make 140, I would like to fight the champion 135 or Ronda Rousey.
Wow.
And maybe Holly Holm, but sure. Holly Holm, I think we can match the 145 because she's fought before 155.
Sure.
But I can make 140 for the champ because it'll be champ against champ. And Ronda, of course, everybody wants to watch this fight.
So your plan is, just to be clear, you want to fight this fight at 140, and then the next fight at 135 for the belt, or the next fight Ronda and then for the belt?
I don't have any plan for make 135. Before my last fight, I said, we make 135. I will keep my division, and I can make one super fight 140. I never said I make 135. I said I can make one super fight and keep 145. Have a lot of girls, big girls, coming from boxing, 155. I think I have to keep representing the big women, big weight women, 145. But if I have opportunity to fight 140, I can fight. But I want to keep defense my belt 145.
Did you try to convince them to keep this fight at 145? In other words, why does it have to happen at 140?
I really don't know why it don't happen 140. Didn't say don't have so much girls, but I know a lot of girls coming from boxing 155. And, Bellator have girls 145, and have a lot of girls 45, but people don't know too much about because they don't give you attention. And the Marlos Cone fight, I think, other girl, and, pass on TV, but my division, and fight for the belt. And I think have less respect for this division. But I represent 145, world champ, and I can make a super fight 140, but I cannot forget where I come from.
And you mentioned that one super fight and that you still are proud to represent Invicta and be their champion at 145. So is this just a one-fight deal for the UFC? Are you going to go back to Invicta after this fight, or are you hoping to stay there?
I had contract with UFC 145, and I fight for Invicta because I have my division.
Yep.
And then giving me opportunity to make 140 and fight this fight. After this fight, I really don't know what's happened, but it doesn't matter what's happened. If I have to make just one fight, of course, I will keep defense my belt 145.
What was it like for you to be there? Press conference, you're there with Anderson and Shogun and Verdum and Little Nog, legends of Brazilian MMA and MMA in general, and now you're finally there. Such a big show, 40,000 in your hometown. I mean, you couldn't have scripted a better story than this. What was that whole scene like for you last week?
When I was there, I cannot believe it. When I talked to my manager about this fight in Brazil, I said, man, I just will believe when I see put in Twitter or Dana White put in the Twitter, Cyber 5 UFC 198. If he don't did this, I cannot believe. And I feel really blessed because, it being Curitiba, my city, and all my partner trainers like Shogun, like Verdun, and other guys I know will fight the same card. And it'll be hard for making the best fight in the night because just have a lot of stars fighters.
You've been in this sport a long time, but to fight in a stadium in your hometown in your UFC debut, do you think you're going to be a little more nervous before the fight?
I was fighting before Strike Force and against Jacaran, and they have a big crowd too. And, inside Octagon, it's just your opponent. And I have something inclusive for me because all people will be my side. It's Brazil, but I feel very blessed. The last accepted the fight, and through Hero, and I don't know. I think it'll be home. I think it'll be home, and it will be remembered when beginning my career.
How concerned are you about making 145?
What I mean?
Are you worried? Do you think it's going to be difficult to make 145, or are you confident it's going to be relatively easy to make 140 pounds?
Yes. I've been working almost 2 years with George Lockhart. We tried up to 135, and I work a lot for make 145 easier the other cuts. And we get at this point, and you make 145 easier than before. And I think you'll have a great success make 140. I really confident about this. And I think it'll be hard, but no impossible. We know always it's the first fight for me is to make weight and make health and make it be great for me to do a super fight.
And this is a nice treat. I believe we're actually being joined by George Lockhart on the phone right now. He's right next to you. George, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, boss? How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to hear from you, and I'm excited about this fight. From your perspective, you've been working with Cris for 2 years. You've been working so close to her. What are your concerns, if any, about her going down to 140?
Oh, man, it's funny when everybody talks about, like, cutting weight or losing weight. I think they think of it from a very basic standpoint where the average person, hey, man, they just got to lose 5 pounds. They got to lose 10 pounds. Or, when you got somebody that is already, going above and beyond in an elite, conditioning and training, a couple of pounds it is a lot. When you're already eating perfect and you're just lean as all get out, you've got very little to take from. Going down and keeping performance top notch, that's the most important thing. Anybody can make any weight. I just want to make sure that when Cris fights at 140, you're going to see the Cris Cyborg in her hometown. You know what I'm saying? Not a person that weighed in and doesn't fight at 100%.
So this fight is around 40 days away. Are you guys comfortable in saying how much Cris weighs right now? Like what kind of challenge this is ahead?
We're right. We're right where we need to be. I'm really happy with where we're at right now. We're both really excited. You can tell the aura in the camp is great right now. Everybody, the energy is really high. Everybody's motivated. And it's funny because working with a lot of female athletes, that's the real fight, man. I was talking to Tito for her last fight, and he said it best. He's like, "This is what you get paid for. This right here. You fight for free, but it's the cut that you're getting paid for." And it's so true. She's got to eat perfectly every single day. She's training so hard every single day to make that weight, and it's a 24-hour process.
And George, you've been confident in the past that she can make 135. Do you still feel the same way?
Man, it's with everything that has happened the last couple of fights, I don't see it. I don't see the 135 mark. I think if it happens, it would take a long time. And honestly, it's one of those things like the why. You know what I mean? If she ever decided to, I'm 100% with her no matter what. She wants 145, 140, 130, no matter what. I'm there. But yeah, it's a very difficult. I don't think people realize how difficult a process is for 45. Anybody that's worked with guys are so different. We're very, consistent. You eat right, you work out, you lose weight. Women on the other hand, a lot of hormones come into play, and it's crazy. You'll go down 2 pounds, and then 3 days later, you'll eat everything right, and you go up 5. So it's definitely a challenge.
Cris, as you know, in the UFC, you can't use an IV to rehydrate. Is this a problem for you? Are you worried about this?
My last fight, I was worried about, but I fight great. I make 145 great. And I think if you have a doctor and you can use, but if you really need, but I don't think I will need for my next fight.
Are you hoping now you see Conor McGregor fighting at 170 and guys kind of jumping up and down? The times have changed very quickly. Are you hoping that you can now get this Ronda fight at 140 or Holly at 140, 145? Like, do you think that in the past they were a little too stuck on that 135 number, but now that things have changed, do you get the impression that the UFC is open to making these super fights more?
I think if then they start making fight, the fans want to watch, because then pay pay-per-view. And then want to watch. I fight Ronda 140, they want to make fight, but the both have to agree about fight. Me and the Ronda Rousey never happened because she's too scared for lose fight.
Mm-hmm.
But you can lose, you can win. You have to be ready for the fight for the fans, make the best fight tonight. But the thing don't happen just because her, and now McGregor opened the door for making a super fight on 40. I think it now opened the opportunity for me too. And
no secret that you've had your differences with UFC President Dana White. I'm wondering, now that you're officially a part of the team, you're fighting on the card, have you talked to him? Have you cleared the air? Is everything in the past now? Me, Dana White, just have business. I go inside the octagon, make my job, and he'll be my boss, pay my check. I don't think it pass after this. Okay, fair enough. What about Leslie Smith? Does she do anything that concerns you, that you need to really focus on as far as her fighting? What do you think about it? Leslie, I was watching her fight, but no, because I knew she would be my next opponent. I know her. We trained a little bit together, a couple of days. Oh, wow.
And she's great fighter. She knows scared. She likes to fight strike. And when I knew she's my next opponent, I said, man, we can be super fight, because she's not the type of girl I can push, and she's want to hide. She wants to fight. She likes to fight, and just make the fight exciting for people watch. She's a very tough fighter. She has a big heart. Are you looking forward to, if you do stick around in the UFC, are you looking forward to fighting opponents who are closer to your level? I felt that for a while, and I know your last fight, it got a little tricky there for a second, but for a while, it's just been, it's been too one-sided. Do you want to be tested more, or do you enjoy these quick fights? You know, I'm ready for training for 5 rounds. You know, I never trained for 1 round. And my last opponent, she's having 9-0, and she's from Russia. And all the girls are ready for fight for the belt. You know, I don't say, Shanna, she don't send for me, Chris, who you want to fight? No, she say, Chris, you fight this girl. And I just have to be ready, and train. And I don't choose my opponent. Everyone wants to fight me and be ready.
Final thing, I've often felt that as far as the Brazilian MMA fighters, you should be a lot more popular, but for whatever reason you aren't, maybe because you haven't fought in the UFC. Do you feel like this is, in a way, like kind of your debut? Like you can show the world, people who haven't seen you fight in Invicta or Strikeforce, Elite XC, who you are, and life can really change if you win this fight. You could become an even bigger star. Are you looking at it that way?
You know, I think it's opposite. I think I never been in UFC, and every place in the world people know about Cyborg.
Ah, okay.
And I never had UFC in my back for make promotion for me, for make growing my name. Always I do grow my name by myself, fighting and the other events, of course. And I feel very blessed. I don't have to be in UFC for people know me. People know me before I go to UFC. Of course, it didn't change because when I go to UFC, people will know more me. But every place you go in the world, people, you know Cyborg, people know Cyborg. And this is making me feel okay. I'm doing great work, you know. People like my work, and keep going, motivate me for getting better.
That is a great point. You certainly haven't had their help, and I know a lot of your longtime fans are excited about this moment. Again, thank you so much for the time, Chris. I really appreciate it. I wish you the best. Obrigado, as they say in Brazil. I wish you the very best in the fight, and of course with the weight cut. And George, thank you as well. You're the man. I appreciate it, and I wish you guys the best as far as all the training and the nutrition and the cutting weight and all that fun stuff is concerned. Looking forward to May 14th. Thank you again to both of you.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There she is, Cris Cyborg, the newest member of the UFC's, well, not quite bantamweight, not quite featherweight roster. And longtime fans of this program and other MMA media outlets will know that the UFC and Zuffa in particular, their parent company, has actually been paying Cyborg for quite some time. A unique scenario in which Cyborg was fighting for another promotion, Invicta, who obviously appears on UFC Fight Pass. But because she is a big name and a big draw, and perhaps because they didn't want her to fight for Bellator, they've actually been paying her. And now it's time to make good. And this is a brilliant move. This is the way to go. This is the smart move. And how about that bombshell from George Lockhart saying that she cannot make 135 anymore? He has always been very confident that she could. Now he changes his tune, and probably for the best, and for her health, of course. In mind, that's for the best, 100%. She shouldn't have to push herself. So I'm happy that they've relented, that they're making fun fights, and that she'll finally make her debut on May 14th. Okay, I have been trying for weeks, if not months, to get our next guest on the program. I've been working so hard for this, and I'm so excited that we finally tracked him down. We are now being joined via the magic of Skype by the legend himself, the axe murderer, Wanderlei Silva. How about this? What an honor this is. Wanderlei, how are you?
Very good, very good. Hello, how are you guys? Good?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. Where are you right now?
I'm at my house in Brazil.
Wow. Where in Brazil?
In Curitiba. Curitiba South.
Yes.
Curitiba.
We were just talking to...
Cyborg City, the Shogun City, Rafael Cordeiro. I'm back to the Mecca.
That is amazing. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us. So a very busy time for you. You're actually fighting for Ryzen in 13 days, April 17th, in a very unique fight. We have so much to talk to you about, but let's start with this one. It's a tag team grappling match. Again,
exactly.
Yeah, explain. You have not revealed your teammate yet, right? Who is your teammate going to be?
Gonna be Tamura. I am Tamura against Sakuraba and Tokoro.
And where did they come up with this idea? This is a very unique thing. Explain how this all came about.
Yeah, because I'm gonna fight on Sakuraba's, where Sakuraba is better, supposed to be is better than me.
Yeah.
On Jiu-Jitsu, and we're gonna fight MMA on June or July in Bellator. And I'm gonna maybe in September in Racing.
Wow. So you are all of a sudden a busy man.
Yeah. Finally, I'm back to the business fight. This is my job. This is what I like to do, what I know to do, and I'm so happy to back to the great events in the world.
So you recently announced your retirement, and then you came out of retirement. Why did you initially say that you were done fighting? Why did you retire?
I retired because I'm not agree with the MMA situation, no, because I'm not happy anymore, and just take off my. I don't want to fight anymore.
Hmm.
But after I finish my contract with the other event, the UFC and Rise and Bellator offer a good situation for me, and I decide back to the ring. Are we gonna look at how I feel? So I feel good. So I can make a great show for my fans, because the biggest challenge in our world is we are one sport or we are one entertainment.
Hmm.
Because we are a sport, we need to change a lot of things because we don't have one official ranking. When you know when you are, with who you're gonna fight, who is our next. Sometimes the number 10 fight with the champs.
Hmm.
This is a show. This is not sport.
Hmm.
No, and I think the actors make more money. I think it's gonna be better for us. I wanted to be one entertainment man right now.
When did things go wrong for you and the UFC? Because it seemed like for a while you guys were cool, and then you wanted to leave. When did that happen, and why?
I think it's some things like going wrong, and I'm coming from the old school. When I talking direct to the manager, and I feel a little bit sad when he start talking some things about me. He no talking face to face to me in the bad moments. But that's the new moment in the sport. No, this is the professional thing. Maybe not his fault. Maybe no, but I don't like that. And when you not feel happy more with your boss, you need to change. No, I like him. He's a great guy. He changed the sport. I respect him a lot, and I need to say sorry since I talk too much about him. No, he's the boss. No, he paid the bills. He have the responsibility. But we finish our history, and now we're gonna start a new history.
And of course, you had the issue in Nevada. I've said on this show and many other shows that I've long believed that you didn't deserve any punishment because you were never a licensed fighter. They didn't have the jurisdiction to ban you for life. Now they've made it a 3-year suspension. Do you still want to fight this? Do you still want to try to get this suspension lifted altogether?
No, because that commission don't have any rules in me. Because I don't saw the rules when the guys tell, hey, happen this, that's the punishment. Happen this. No, this guy's doing what these guys want to do. And this is the past. I don't care about these guys, and I don't respect what this guy's doing. I don't like it.
So you want to fight before that 3-year period is up, right? You're hoping to fight,
Yeah, I'm gonna fight soon. I can, and because these guys don't have any rules against me, I don't sign nothing. I'm nothing. I'm not working for these guys.
Sure.
Long time.
Yeah. Okay. And what about the whole thing? Did that contribute to your displeasure with the sport? Like with them giving you the lifetime ban, is that why you said, you know what, I'm done with this. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Is that why you retired also?
Yeah, imagine somebody telling you can't do your job anymore.
Yeah.
This is who make that rules? Who tell who can work and who can't work? I have my son to feed. I have my wife to feed, to give the food, to make the food in the mouth, no, and that's bad for everybody. That commission no have any credibility to talking about nobody. After the guys catch one fighter in the test, and 2 months after the guy's gonna, we catch this guy in the test. Maybe this guy be one guy not so famous. Is a one rules, and for the famous guys is other rules. I don't accept that. We need to make one rules to everyone. It's them.
Are you worried that other commissions in the United States might listen to them and not want to allow you to fight in their state, or are you confident that you'll be able to fight in the U.S. as well?
I respect the rules. No,
Yeah.
when I have the commission with the credibility, I will gonna respect.
Okay. So is there a state or two in particular that you want to fight in when you fight in the U.S., perhaps for Bellator?
The true, I wanted to make the interesting fights.
Yeah.
I think in Bellator, one guy I will love to fight is against Kimbo.
Ah.
Kimbo gonna be, and I don't go into the ground. I want to fight in his area. No,
Wow.
Because the truth, I wanted to make a good show. I wanted to make it. I want to make it to give the emotion to my fans. And when I can't do that, I'm gonna do. When I can't do, I'm gonna really stop it. But right now, I'm feel good.
Have you told this idea to Scott Coker, and what does he think of it, if so?
No, not yet.
Okay.
He gonna know in your show.
What was it like when you met up with Scott? Why did you feel like, okay, this is someone I want to work for? What was that meeting like with him?
No, him. I like what him and Mike doing. This guy's talking
Mike Hogan.
the fight word.
Yeah.
And fights words and offer for me a really good money, more than what I received before in the other events. And I like the numbers, and it's good for me, it's good for him, it's good for the fans. I'm gonna back.
What about meeting up with Sakakibara again in Japan, a man who helped make you famous in Pride, and now you're back with him? What was that like to reunite with him? Did you ever think that would happen?
This be great because him is a great promoter. He respects the fighters. Talk any bad things about the fighters, and I feel really happy to fight for him again.
Why is this fight or this match on April 17th not an actual fight? Like, why are you doing the grappling first and then fighting? Why not just do the MMA stuff right off the bat?
No, because the truth, I'm stopping to train and fight for close to 3 years.
Uh-huh.
And this thing happened fast.
Yeah.
No, I don't have so much time to prepare myself. And I like to do my best. I like to make a good shows. And this is like one warm-up I'm back to the ring. The truth, I wanted to fight on the old Pride rules. I want to kick the guys in the face in the ground. So with that rules, I think I can fight with anyone.
Wow. Okay, so that's what you're going to be doing when you fight. You're going to do MMA for them later on, right?
Yeah. First one, we're gonna do that grappling, and after we're gonna back to the X Games from the fights, because that old school rules is the best for me. I love it.
So you said you want Kimbo and Bellator. What about in Ryzen? Who comes to mind as an opponent? Anyone that you have now?
Yeah, there I will gonna make you one. I will gonna make you one. The tournament, the first event gonna be September, and the event gonna be December.
Wow.
With 2 fights in the night. I wanna back to fight with the tough things in the world.
You're going to be a part of this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to be part of this tournament.
And the rules for the tag team grappling match, what exactly, like, is it like pro wrestling where you tag in the guy? How does this work?
No, the going to be like a jiu-jitsu, grappling fight. I don't know if it's going to be 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. I'm going to fight against you, no problem. Grappling the neck into one, the leg to the other. It's going to be really interesting. I think the fans going to like it. And this is like the new moment of the Wanderlei Silva, and I hope I make my fans happy.
How much did you miss fighting? Do you really miss being out there in front of the people? Is this something that's bothering you that you really need again?
No, I missing a lot my fans, because when you wake up in the morning, having nothing to do. I do other things, but I like to train. I like to prepare myself. I like to have an opponent. I like to have my life fight. And I know I can't do that for a couple of years more. I hope so. I feel good. I doing good in the training. I train with André Dida and Evolução Thai here in Brazil, and the young guys have a tough moment to train with me.
Really? Wow.
The Wanderlei Silva is back.
He's still got it. What about King's MMA? Are you training there as well for these fights?
Yeah. I'm gonna train at King's MMA too. I train with Verdun last week here in Curitiba. He came to promote his event here, and man, not too fun. Verdun is in his best moment. I see him.
Wow.
I saw him. He's great, man. I think he's gonna be champ for a long time. I don't see anyone to take off his belt in that moment.
So now, do you live full time in Curitiba? No more Las Vegas for you or California?
Yeah. I moved to here because Brazil, we live in the tough moment right now.
Yeah.
Because that shirt is a one judge here. So mas Moro is a one judge here in Brazil can put put the corruption guys in the jail.
Oh.
And we try to change the president because the situation here is terrible.
Really?
Terrible. Too much corruption. The guys don't take care about the population. You know, a lot of guys lost the job. You know, and we live in one of the most bad moments in the history of Brazil.
Wow.
And I back to help the population to try to change that moment and go into the new moment because we are in bad moments.
Did you always believe that you would fight again? Did you always believe that you would be free, or were you worried that your career would have been, cut short and you wouldn't fight again?
The truth, I think, when you're, como fala a verdade, truth.
Yeah.
When you tell the truth and you are in the side of the truth gonna happen. No? And I know I'm right. I know making the fall to the bad fall what these guys tell, and I know I am with the truth, and this making me confident.
I know you have a fantastic lawyer in Las Vegas, Ross Goodman. Are you hoping that change will happen as far as the commissions are concerned, that they'll be able to free, not have the kind of impact on the fighters like what's happened with you, lifetime ban and 3-year ban? Are you hoping to spearhead that movement where you can change things a little bit with the commissions?
I think the truth. Some rules. These guys we need to fix the commission's rules. We need to have the same rules to anyone. And the guy say, hey, you do that, this is gonna happen. Don't say, happen this. For you is 1 year. For you is 2 years. For you is 2 years. 3 years. For you is a lifetime. No, this is not. This is totally wrong. We need to have the rules to everyone, the same rules. That's what we want.
Do you foresee that happening? Do you foresee it changing?
I think you can repeat.
Do you think that it will change the sport as far as the commissions and the way they put out the rules? Are you confident that this will happen?
Exactly. This is what we need. We need to saw the rules. We need to know the rules, and we need to look in. Can that rules is the same rules to everyone?
Okay.
Because it's impossible you catch one guy 2 months before the fight and say, "Hey, you can fight." We catch him now. He's on time. No, this is not good for anyone.
What do you think it's going to be like back in Japan when you're with your fans there? It's been a while since you've been there. You've had great moments, even against Brian Stan. How do you think it's going to be like for you?
It's going to be great. I feel so happy to back to Japan, to fight in Japan again. And the truth, when I fight there, I feel difference. I feel the energy. I feel the inspiration from the fans. And I hope. I feel I'm gonna back to one of the great moments in my life.
Has there been any talk of you versus Fedor?
Yeah, I hope I can fight against Fedor soon. We're gonna fight a couple guys before, of course. But I respect him. I like him. But the truth, I would like to test myself against him.
Wow.
I don't know why. When I am the best moment in my life, and he's in his best moment, I don't know why these guys don't make this fight happen.
Yeah.
These guys never offered this fight for me. Never. And the other day, I think, why these guys don't make this fight when I am champion and he's champion? No, but we can do now, no problem. I think it's gonna be really interesting to the fans.
Okay, 2 last quick things, and again, obrigado. Thank you so much for the time.
Opa, boa.
When do you think you'll make your debut for Bellator? Do you know yet? Do you know the month, the date?
I think maybe in June or July. I think so.
Oh, wow. So this is happening.
soon gonna happen, and it's gonna be great because I think in Bellator, I be in Bellator, and when Shamrock fights against Kimbo, against Shamrock,
Yeah.
and I like the event, I like the production. These guys make a really good job, and the guys treat right now. The guys treat me very well, with the respect, with a good money, and I hope I help these organizations to grow because the UFC the moment is the biggest, but we need the competition. The competition is good. We need to have the other options to the fighters. No, because you are not happy in one event, you can fight in the other because the competition is good.
Yeah.
Because the goal is we make it a better situation to the fighters. No, I hope the guys have more opportunity to fight and feed his families.
Right. And to be clear, you don't have your opponent yet, though, for the debut, right? You don't know who you're fighting yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But I'm open to fighting 21 for me.
The Axe Murderer?
I think it is interesting to the fans. It's interesting for me.
All right. We'll leave it at that. April 17th, you make your long-awaited return to MMA. Congratulations on coming back and all these exciting things happening for you. And Wanderlei, again, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. And thank you to your lovely wife, T, for hooking this up. I appreciate her as well. Good luck to you, and we'll talk to you soon, Wanderlei.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
There he is. Obrigado to the Axe Murderer, Wanderlei Silva. Wow, exciting stuff there to talk to him after all this time. It has been a while. And to recap, Kiyoshi Tamura will be the tag team partner for one Wanderlei Silva. This is April 17th. Ryzen 2. Kazushi Sakuraba and Hideo Tokoro will be on the other side of the coin. A fascinating a tag team grappling match. Only in Japan. The first time since December of 2008 that the 46-year-old Tamura will actually be in action. So coming out of retirement himself, the legend in Japan, Kiyoshi Tamura and Wanderlei Silva teaming up against Kazushi Sakuraba and Hideo Tokoro. Of course, also on that card, Darren Cruikshank will be competing. Recently released by the UFC, now a member of Ryzen. I think a lot of people did not see that one coming as well. So interesting times over there. And as he mentioned, he will be competing hopefully for Bellator in the not too distant future. Interesting things about, I've said it time and again that look, this is to me it's pretty clear, and I've had a chance to talk to Ross Goodman, his lawyer in Las Vegas on a few occasions. It's pretty clear, in my opinion, that he should not have received that lifetime ban. And then he gets a 3-year suspension, which is interesting because Chael Sonnen, remember, he was supposed to fight Chael Sonnen. They have the press conference. They do the random drug tests. Chael failed his. Wanderlei did not take the test. And then it comes out that Wanderlei wasn't a licensed fighter. And it clearly states in the Nevada Athletic Commission statute that they have jurisdiction over licensed fighters. And this issue came up when they asked Vitor Belfort for a random drug test. Remember that at the MMA Awards? They asked Vitor Belfort for a random drug test, and then they realized that he was not a licensed fighter. Every year, in case you don't know, every year a fighter has to apply for a license in Nevada. It doesn't just last forever. It doesn't last 5 years like a driver's license. It doesn't last, 5 years like a passport. It's every year. And if you don't fight there for a couple of years, you don't have the need to do it. You don't have the need to sign up for it. You don't have the need to apply for a license. So it just so happened that Wanderlei had not applied for a license in the state of Nevada. and had not been active there. So when they asked him for this random drug test, I'm not sure if they knew this or not, but he was actually not a licensed fighter. Now, he did admit to taking or to having ingested some diuretics, which are actually, they are banned in their own right, but that would not lead to a lifetime ban or even a 3-year suspension. Initially, they gave him the lifetime ban for running away. His team maintained that he was not a licensed fighter, so he did not have to take the test. A very smart move on his legal team's part. And then after they gave him the lifetime ban, they fought it. A superior court said that, that it was arbitrary and capricious. The suspension, the lifetime suspension given, the lifetime ban, to be more exact, given to Wanderlei Silva. So they did the hearing again after several delays, and they came up with 3 years, which I still think is too much when you consider the fact that Chael Sonnen, with all due respect, failed 2 tests, and he's free to fight this summer. I believe July 23rd is when his suspension is up. So why is Wanderlei getting the 3-year suspension? Very strange, right? Well, he had his issues with the UFC. He said he wanted to retire. He made some claims about them that he later on retracted, which was obviously the right thing to do. And they parted ways somewhat amicably, I guess you can say. And recently he signed with Bellator, and now it appears as though he is going to try to, as we somewhat predicted earlier, going to try to fight before that 3-year suspension is up, saying, look, they had no jurisdiction over me. I didn't sign anything. I was not a licensed fighter. How can they stop me from making a living? So first things first for Wanderlei Silva, it's April 17th in Japan, returning to the scene of his many great moments, teaming up with Nobuyuki Sakakibara, the former head of Pride. And this is sort of a homecoming, if you will, for Wanderlei. And then later on in the future, he will be competing, hopefully, for his sake, for Pride. Pride, Bellator, I should say. Old habits die hard. Bellator, of course, now teaming up with Scott Coker and his crew, and thanks to them for helping me track down Wanderlei. I really appreciate it. A hard man to track down, and like I said, thank you very much to his wife, his wonderful wife T, for that as well. In a minute, we are going to be joined by Jon Jones. He was on the program last week, as you can remember. It was a fascinating interview because he came on the show to tell the world that he had been pulled over by the police, which is a very rare thing. And again, I give him credit for it. I know some people want to dismiss that, but it takes a lot. Whether it was put together by a PR team, it was a strategy or not, it takes a lot to tell the world this. And that, of course, led to this snowball effect where the video came out. And then he was arrested on Tuesday, and he was put in jail for 2 days. Could not see a judge for 2 days. He was unable to get on the docket on Wednesday. Oh, okay, Guillermo telling me that that his wife's name, that Wanderlei's wife's name is Thea. Excuse me, I didn't mean to mispronounce that. Anyway, it all worked out for Jon as of Thursday, free and clear, and we all thought, okay, great. We are going to see this fight. This is the fight that the world has been wanting to see. I've been saying for some time, this rematch is fun. It's so great. There's so many great storylines. It's amazing. We're going to get to see Cormier versus Jones with Cormier as champion and all that stuff. Well, a funny thing happened, and as I said at the top of the show, what a crazy week in the sport it was. A funny thing happens on Friday. News leaks via bjpen.com of all websites, and on April Fool's Day, no less, which made it very strange. And I reiterate to people once again, I would never, ever in a million years, again, I'll say it, I would never, ever do an April Fool's joke. As far as news is concerned, no way. I cannot lose that trust. If I did that, you can unfollow me. You can give me the FU. You can say that you're never going to listen to or believe anything that I say. No, a news person should never do an April Fool's joke. It's just ridiculous. And I couldn't believe how many people were actually asking me if I was pulling an April Fool's joke. First of all, why would anyone do an April Fool's joke at, 11 p.m. at night? Come on now. No one's doing that. The day is gone. The day has passed. And there were some pretty bad ones. Yes, Alexander Gustafsson has not retired. Yes, Neil Magny, who did sign a new contract with the UFC, is not getting a title shot next. There were some ones, and you always kind of have to predict these things. Although I will say the Gustafsson one, that was written nicely. They put it together. It's clear that they thought of this. When it wasn't just something that they put together, randomly. But April Fools, when it's coming from a fighter and not a news site, typically don't believe it. There are some quote unquote news sites that will do it. Not this one, not me. I'm not going to do it. So please don't ask that question again. It's never going to happen. Anyway, it comes out on Friday. Cormier's out. And then for the next, 18 hours or so, there's this constant stream of information coming out about who is going to fight Jon Jones. First, it's, will he fight? He puts out a video. Yes, I will fight. It will either be at light heavyweight or heavyweight. He was saying, I'm down for whatever. Then I was told that Anthony Johnson was the top choice. That's who they went to first. And of course, that's the most obvious candidate. Unfortunately for Anthony Johnson, he just recently had a procedure done on his mouth, and he's not allowed to bite down on his mouth guard for several weeks. So that ruled him out. Unfortunately, what timing? Of course, how could he have predicted this? Got to do what you got to do. And to a degree, he probably wanted that full training camp. This is a very important fight. If he loses to Jon Jones, then he is now down 1 to Jones and to Daniel Cormier, which is not a great spot to be in. So Anthony Johnson ruled out, and it really came down to, from everything that I heard. And by the way, I was updating this as I was at the park, and then the Natural Museum of History, I think it is, on the Upper West Side in New York. Like this was my Saturday. As I was trying to, get ahead of this story and update all of you. This is what I was doing. I kind of felt horrible that I was completely ignoring my family. But once again, the glamorous life of an MMA journalist. So it went from Anthony, then OSP was discussed, Rashad Evans seriously discussed, and in the end, they went with OSP. And I know Mark Hunt threw something out there. It was a little too late. They had already settled on OSP, and I know that heavyweight was thrown out initially by Jon, but that, from what I understand, was never really considered. They wanted the light heavyweight fight. They wanted the interim title fight. They wanted him to main event UFC 197. And how about Demetrius Johnson, by the way, who once again is in the co-main event of a big card and then has to deal with something like this. Now, luckily for him, and that's why I thought this scenario was so great. He got to play second fiddle to Jones and Cormier, and the questions about him headlining and his drawing power and the flyweights, all that stuff, all went out the window. And then for a second there, we thought that he was going to have to main event again. Well, it works out in his favor. Jon remains on the card, and we get to see the great story of, as I called him last week, and we'll continue to call him the greatest of all time, returning in a somewhat, I don't want to call it a tune-up fight, but this sort of special attraction fight, if you will. And he's fighting for the interim belt. And how weird is this scenario? Jon Jones, who was the champion as of, April or early May, I should say, gets his belt taken away from him. And now he returns. He was going to fight the guy who ended up winning the belt, the vacant title. And now he's fighting for the interim title. The interim champion, in a weird way, is still the lineal champion, if I got all of this correctly. It's a very strange scenario, and one, once again, with the interim titles, Frankie Edgar, Jose Aldo, these interim belts. I get it in this case. Like, Jon Jones should probably be fighting for the belt. That obviously makes sense. He was the champion beforehand. It's just who could have ever predicted that he'd be fighting for the interim title against OSP? What a strange and wacky sport that this is. It's You can't predict these things. Bizarre. So like I said, in a minute, we are going to be joined hopefully by Jon Jones. And then after that, we'll be joined by Mike Wilkinson. And he has some news to share with us as well. And then we will get to your questions and comments, as I said at the top of the show, a bit of a postscript, an FAQ, if you will, on everything that we talked about last week regarding Fox, and there's a lot obviously to discuss regarding UFC 200, and there's also a show this Sunday that has somewhat flown under the radar. Not the deepest card of all time, but certainly a very interesting and important main event between Junior Dos Santos and Ben Rothwell. Hard to deny Ben Rothwell a shot at the belt if he wins this fight. He's coming off a win over Josh Barnett. He submitted Josh Barnett the first time that has ever happened to Josh Barnett. That was back in January. And now here he is fighting the former champion, Junior Dos Santos. That is a Sunday afternoon card, a very unique one in Zagreb, Croatia. And that airs live on FS1 this Sunday. The co-main, if you will, if you want to call it that, the heavyweight fight between Derek Lewis and Gabriel Gonzaga is serving as the co-main. I would expect, I still feel like that Derek Lewis-Roy Nelson fight is going to happen, especially if he wins. I think Derek Lewis, if he wins this fight against Gabriel Gonzaga, could probably get Roy Nelson first. Remember, there was that video that emerged following, actually in the midst of, 196, where Roy Nelson and Derek Lewis actually shook hands, and Dana White was there. It seemed like they had come to some sort of agreement as to, when and where and why. And, it just seemed like everyone was on board with this idea, and then an injury happened. Derek Lewis takes a fight on short notice. I don't know if any of you follow Derek Lewis, by the way, on Twitter, but very different than his public persona, than the way, sort of like Stipe Miocic, but in a different way. He tweeted out some pictures of him dropping off some kids at the pool, if you get what I'm saying, without being too graphic, saying that this is the way he cuts weight. I did not expect that from Derek Lewis. A very entertaining follow in the world of mixed martial arts. So anyway, he's back in action, and then the schedule ramps up once again. April 16th in Tampa Bay, the Fox show headlined by Khabib Nurmagomedov and Tony Ferguson. And then, of course, UFC 197, now headlined by Jon Jones versus Ovince St. Preux. While I have this quick break, I do want to give a shout out to our good pal Paige Van Zandt, who joined us in studio the day before the news came out that she would be joining Dancing with the Stars. She has been killing it on Dancing with the Stars. It's actually been downright inspiring to watch her do what she's doing. And I know that she has a background in dancing, but she has absolutely been killing it. And I think that she is going to really, she is really going to see her star rise when this is all said and done. If you have not been watching the last 2 weeks, she has been doing great, and I'm told it's every Monday that she competes. Last week, her partner had an injury, and she had to go short notice. A very crazy thing. Anyway, I'm told that tonight, her plan is to pay homage to the great sport of mixed martial arts. That is the plan tonight. So if you are a fan of Paige Van Zandt, if you are a fan of Dancing with the Stars, if you are a fan of both and MMA, then watch tonight and support her. I think it's a pretty damn cool thing, and it could coincide very nicely with UFC 200. You had to expect at some point that she was going to link the two and obviously, get people in her world excited about her and voting for her. If you look at the videos, I actually went on the Dancing with the Stars YouTube channel. Her videos have double, triple all the other videos, the ones of her dancing. So clearly the MMA fans are interested in this story. And I almost feel like it's not fair. She's an actual dancer, and she's competing with a partner on short notice, and they're in unison like that. It's great. So I'm curious. I don't know exactly what the deal is, but I am told tonight she is paying homage to the sport of MMA. So it appears as though there's going to be some kind of MMA theme, I would guess, from that. I think the show airs at 8 o'clock on ABC. I used to watch it. I watched a little bit when Chuck Liddell was on. It's fun. It kind of makes you feel like, wow. Seeing Doug Flutie at his age, and I'm sure banged up and everything in that tank top. Damn. Flutie, the man, former Buffalo Bill quarterback, former CFL legend, Canadian Football League legend. Seeing him dance like that is pretty damn amazing. And, of course, who can forget the great Jodie Sweetin of Fuller House? I have not seen the new Full House. I don't know if anyone else has seen it. But she is on that show as well. Anyhow, if you want to support Paige Van Zandt, I suggest watching or at least voting for her tonight. I think that would be a very cool thing, especially as she, has some sort of MMA plan going on. I'm curious to see what that is. If not, we'll probably have the videos up shortly thereafter on MMAfighting.com. Okay. let's go to Jon Jones. A week after we spoke to him, he is back on the show, back to back. This is very exciting. Jon, are you there? Jon Jones, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, Ariel?
Hey, Jon, long time no speak.
Yeah, I know.
Well, thank you again for joining us. I really appreciate it. It's it's been a very interesting time for you, and coming back to back. Wow, I'm gonna feel a little spoiled here, and almost expect this out of you, that you're gonna be joining us every week on the show. Is that wrong on my part?
Ariel, whatever you want. You're that guy.
Oh, wow. I am honored. Okay. Well, let's talk about this. So much has changed since we last spoke to you. Let's talk about the new news first. You're fighting Ovince St. Preux. We know this, April 23rd, interim title. Did it take a lot of convincing on anyone's part to get you to take this fight on 3 weeks' notice, or were you down right away?
Originally the UFC called me and asked me to fight Anthony Johnson. And they said that he had already accepted the fight. And they asked me if I was going to accept the fight. And I told them I needed to have a meeting with my coaches. And had a meeting with my coach. And the next morning, I called the UFC and said, hey, let's do this thing. And they said that Anthony's camp changed their mind, I guess, since he had some dental work he needs to do. So that made no sense to me whatsoever. For him to be ready at one point, and then the next minute there was some dental work. So I just told Dana, well, listen, I told Lorenzo actually, whoever you need me to fight, I want to make things right from UFC 151, and I want to do something for my fans, something positive. I know people who have been saving up for months to make it out to Vegas for the fight. I know guys who this is their anniversary gift, and this is, birthday gifts for some people. And I was just like, I've put my fans through so much already. I need to get out there and just put it on the line. And so I said, I'll fight anybody. And they came up with Ovince.
And you just said yes. You were sticking true to that word that you'll fight anyone. You didn't even think twice. You just said yes right away. Oh, what happened? Are you there, Jon?
That's what that was. What was that?
I don't know. Maybe someone's vacuuming. I don't know if you heard me there, but so when they said Ovince, you just said yes. No questions asked.
Yeah, I said yes. No hesitation.
Okay.
Could have been anyone.
What was your reaction when you heard that after all of this, that DC was not going to be able to fight? How did you react to that news? How did you take it in?
It hurt. It hurt. At first, I had a feeling of sadness because of how hard me and my coaches have been working. How hard me and my coaches have been working. Everything that I have been doing was to beat DC. Every position, every move, every zig, every zag, every reaction, every counter, it was for DC. My defense was everything was for DC, and I'm sure my coaches are really excited to have a champion in the gym again. And I have some new trainers and new people in my life who I will be their first world champion athletes that they're trained for their resume and stuff like that. So I was excited just to make a lot of people proud. And for that to be postponed, I was more sad for the people around me than I was for myself. But then again, I'm a person who I'm very optimistic. And, I try to take negatives and to make it work out for my good. And so I said, when God has a plan, and maybe I wasn't meant to fight DC right now. Maybe I was meant to fight someone else. So, I'm not questioning the way things worked out. I'm just rolling with it, and I want to make the best out of this opportunity.
And so you talk about that belt.
A dominating performance.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You mentioned that belt and what it means. Does the interim belt do the trick? Will that mean anything to you if you get it back? If you get that interim belt, kind of a weird situation as I talked about before you joined us. You were the champ. It was taken away. Now you're fighting for the interim belt. Will that feel like an accomplishment to you at all?
Initially I felt I didn't care about an interim title. You know, in my heart, I feel as if I'm a champion. Yeah, I know that I'm a champion. You know, the things I've been able to do in my career. You know, if I were to never fight again, I would be able to tell my kids and grandkids that you know, I was a champion and I'm a champion. So I feel like a champion. So when I was offered the interim title, it really didn't do much for me the way it would probably do most. I want the actual thing back. That was my first feeling, like, oh, what do you do, an interim title? And then I started to think about it, and I thought, you know what? You know, it'll make a lot of people proud. You know, a lot of people proud to see me with the belt, even if it's the interim title. And, you know, it would just be something really positive surrounding me. And, you know, it'll be good. It's a good thing ultimately. So, you know, do I care about an interim title? Not really, but at the same time, I see the good that comes from it. So I'm grateful for that to be happening in my life.
Is there a silver lining here? Is it perhaps because you've been away for so long that you get to fight? Like, you know how it is. The odds makers have you listed as a huge favorite now. You know, he's not ranked near you. I believe he's 6 or 7 at the moment. You know, DC earlier in the show called this kind of like an old-fashioned tune-up fight, and maybe that's not the worst thing, considering the layoff. Do you view it that way as well?
No, I don't look at this as a tune-up fight. You know, I felt pretty tuned up fighting, you know, all these upsides I had here at practice. I feel ready to go. You know, to look at Ovince as a tune-up fight would just be disrespectful to Ovince, and I'm not trying to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think when you fight someone who is such an underdog, you know, I think they're more dangerous than ever. The guy has absolutely nothing to lose. So I wanted to treat him not as a tune-up fight, but as another fight. As somebody who has his own story, who has hunger and his own ambition, and you know, he has an opportunity of a lifetime. So I want to treat him really, really seriously, and look at, you know, myself fighting another top guy in the world. Treat him with the respect he deserves. Give him all I got.
Of course, I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about last week. What was going through your mind, Jon, when you were behind bars just a couple of days after all this happens? You didn't expect it, obviously. You told us on the show. You know, mentally, how are you dealing with everything, and how are you mentally? A lot of people are thinking, like, how are you moving on from this? How are you dealing with all of this after what happened to you? A very unique thing to happen 3 weeks out before a fight.
Well, I just can't stop thinking about my boyfriend that I left back there in that cell. And we had some really good times together in those short 3 days. So yeah, it's kind of sad. I wrote him. He hasn't wrote me back yet, so I'm just hoping he got my letter.
So clearly, no sweat.
No, man. You know what? It was an opportunity to be re-humbled. You know, it honestly made me think about some of the things that I've earned. You know, my home and just my bed mattress and my beautiful fiance and my kids. You know, it made me really think about how blessed I am, and made me more grateful than ever. You know, to have freedom, to be famous, and like, you know, all this stuff, man. And, you know, things that I take for granted, things that sometimes, you know, I just thought to myself, man, I'm sitting here in a jail cell, eating ramen noodles, you know, eating the worst food ever, 23-hour lockdown. It was just like, man, what a different way to live, you know, just to go from, you know, having so much to just, you know, I remember a guy gave me a pen and paper, and I remember feeling so grateful for such a simple thing, pen and paper. I was just like, dude, thank you so much. You know, it was just like, you know, it was for a reason, man. It was for a reason, man. I think think God has a plan for me, and he was just, maybe I needed more humbling. I don't know. And it definitely did that. It definitely made me more hungry than ever. I saw things like, the opportunity that I have to compete in the UFC in front of the whole world, and how much of a special thing that really is. How my life could be so different. And I just thought about these things. And I took a lot of positives from it, to be honest with you. A lot of time to reflect on what a blessing it is to be in this sport and in my position. And I'm more grateful than ever.
Your coach, Greg Jackson, told us a couple hours ago that you now have a full-time driver. I just wanted to know if that was accurate, and if so, are you confident that the issues are gone, that you won't have these issues anymore?
Yeah, right now I have Nutrition here. Shout out to Nutrition. You can check him out on Instagram. Great meals, weight management specialist. I have him here, and he's driving me in between every practice and all day, even at night now. And I figure I take getting in trouble out of the police's hands by simply not driving. I'm starting to realize that. If you look at the things that's happened throughout my career, I've never gotten in a street fight or nothing crazy. It's always been something behind the wheel. And so, simply not driving, I'm pretty positive that there won't be any issues coming up in my life, especially, sobriety as well. I've failed some drug tests in the past, and I've gotten some, traffic issues in the past. So now that I'm sober, now that I'm, just not going to drive anymore for a while, I think we're going to be good.
Not sure if you heard this, Jon. A little wacky development happened on the show today. Daniel Cormier extended an invitation to OSP to come to San Jose to train with him and the team to prepare for you, to help. He wanted to help him beat you. And then later on, OSP respectfully declined the invitation. And I'm just curious what you think about it. I mean, most people are expecting you at some point to meet Daniel in the near future. What are your thoughts on this invitation?
Daniel is an absolute coward who will never beat me. And I say that not from an arrogant place. I say that from a place where me getting my belt back means everything to me. I represent it with that belt right now as a big part of my life. It means everything to me. Me losing to OSP should be the last thing that he would want. Because if I were to somehow lose, that means he doesn't get to revenge his only loss. Him inviting OSP to his training camp shows me that he's so grateful that he's not fighting me in 3 weeks. That he's so grateful that he gets to have one more family photo op with that belt. Because he knows he's not going to beat me, especially now with a knee injury. He's going to be nursing his knee to get back to 100%. I'm going to just be getting stronger, better, faster, more rehearsed in my game plan to beat him. So Daniel, man, he's a mental midget. I'm not worried about Daniel. Obviously, him inviting OSP shows that he's so lucky he'll be watching from the sidelines and not actually in that cage with me.
You put out the tweet saying, you don't wish injuries upon anyone. And you said, kind of like what you just said now, enjoy the belt. And then I go to sleep at like 9 o'clock, but there was some talk that you put out another tweet late at night saying, so much for willing to die. But then you took it down.
Right.
Was that you, Jon?
I thought it was funny. I actually stole that from a fan. One of my Instagram followers wrote that on my wall. Hey, what about Daniel being willing to die to beat you? And now he's sitting out because of a knee. And like I said, I don't wish injuries upon anybody. It's unfortunate that he's hurt. But then again, I hear that his knee will be recovered in 4 weeks. So how bad is it? You know, and if you're willing to die to beat me, and you know, it's like, I don't know. Obviously, Daniel knows fighting me not at 100% is not a good idea. And I don't want him to have any excuses for why he loses the second time. So let him take his time off. Like I said, let him get his family together, go down, get some more photos done, hang over there, the chimney or whatever, because he knows this belt's going to be back around my waist really soon. He might as well go do some autograph signings, bring the belt with him, do some seminars as the champ. Because all this shit's going to be over for him real soon.
Do you have a plan in place, Jon? Do you feel like, okay, April 23rd, I'll fight this, then maybe UFC 200, we can have that massive fight, and it's a big stage. Like, have you sort of planned out how you want things to go here?
Well, I would absolutely be honored to fight. You know, if I don't have any injuries, you know, after this fight, I'll be honored to fight at UFC 100 or the first fight in New York against Daniel Cormier. Trying to get in there and get this done as soon as possible. Like I said, everything I've done has been for beating Daniel. So I'm trying to hurry up and get this fight with him while I'm still just so well trained for him.
Do you want the next fight after OSP to be Daniel, or are you open? Like, if he's out for an extended...
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. You're not going to do anything else?
I'm not going to say that. I mean, if he pulls another stunt, well, I won't say he pulls a stunt. If he's not recovered, and if it takes an extreme long time, then obviously I'll entertain another fight. But I would like to fight Daniel as soon as possible. You know, right now I feel like I'm the best light heavyweight on the planet. You know, that's why I told Dana that, hey, I'll fight whoever. And that's what me and my coaches talk about. Hey, Jon, if you're the best in the world, and if you believe it in your heart, if you believe that it's your time, that this is your story, and that other light heavyweights are living in it, you know, then go out there and prove it. Go out there and be that guy. Go be the best in the world. You're going to fight them all anyway. So that's what we feel. So like I said, if I have to, you know, most people look at this fight with OSP as a risk. You know, why risk your immediate title shot? Why risk? And I'm risking it because I feel like I'm the best. And so I'll fight anybody. But I would much rather fight Daniel Cormier and sit him down for good once and for all. Get him behind that commentary desk. Or next to you, Ariel, on your show. How cool would that be?
You know, I like to see him fight. I want to see the fight as well, so I don't want to see him retire or anything like that. That's the fight. You know, it would be it would be strange if, you remember way back in the day, I said to you that you needed a Frazier to Ali. Could you imagine if the first main event at MSG, where Frazier Ali won, was made famous back March 8th of 1971, if it is you versus Daniel Cormier? That'd be kind of weird, right? Almost like I predicted it.
No, you know, didn't Frazier end up beating Ali once?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so me and Daniel will never be Frazier and Ali.
Fair enough.
Be whoever Ali just beat twice or 3 times or whatever.
Fair enough. Last question, Jon. And again, I really appreciate this. I know you're very busy and you've been talking to a lot of people today, so this means the world. Thank you. Have you been able? I know I saw a great Instagram of you and your team. Izzy Martinez was there. Brandon Gibson. You guys are all taking down notes. You got your nice haircut. The beard is flowing like it has in the past. But have you been able to take a step back in all of this and look at what the last year and a half has been like, and just be like, wow, one day, if this all goes to plan, this is just the craziest roller coaster ever to a fight, between two fights. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Are you cognizant of what's going on? And are you tired of the roller coaster? Do you want it to end? Do you want to just go on like a lazy river type of ride? Like, I'm wondering if you're just the kind of guy who takes a step back and just looks at everything and being like, wow, this is craziness, and how you feel about it all.
You know, at the end of the day, I have grown so much, man, and for that, you know, I'm grateful and I'm blessed to be so alive. You know, the good and the bad. You know, I mean, to be in this position, to be scrutinized and judged by millions of people, and to mess up in front of millions of people. You know, it's freeing in a way. You know, it helps you just just grow and to learn to just be strong in your own skin and be strong and comfortable in who you are. And, you know, it's just an interesting place to be in, you know, to be me right now. You know, so much to be grateful for. So much to be appreciative for, you know. It's, I just take it. I've grown so much, man. I feel more mature than ever right now. I feel more like a man than ever right now. You know, I've really developed a lot just from being in these positions and predicaments that I've been in. Just more comfortable in my own skin and things like that. So, you know, it's a great place to be in, man. I feel so alive, and I've learned to just take the good with the bad, and to realize that, you know, bad times are good for your development. You know, be willing to listen and to pay attention to what's happening in your life and make appropriate changes and things like that. So man, I also know at the end of the day, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. You know, as long as you have a positive outlook on life and positive outlook on yourself, and you're not willing to quit, despite how rocky things get. You know that things are going to things are going to get better. There's always going to be, you know, a better day, sunshine the next day. You know, so through everything I've been through, you know, to win these fights, man, to win my next fight, you know, to get my belt back, you know, to continue trying to do better. It's going to be that much better. Be that much more glory because of all the help that I've gone through. So I'm just being patient. You know, I'm just being resilient. I'm just remaining unbroken. And my day's going to come. You know, sunshine's going to come.
We will leave it at that. Jon, again, thank you. I hope for a smooth ride to April 23rd. Everything goes well. Maybe a little more boring week than the previous week. I wish you the best, man, and really I thank you for coming on. It means a lot, and it's great to talk to you, and it's great to hear.
Right, no pun intended.
What's that? No pun intended, my man. Smooth sailing. How about that? You're not much of a sailor, are you?
I don't run into Officer Brown.
What's that?
Again for the fight. So hopefully I don't run into Officer Brown again before the fight.
Amen to that, and everything goes well, and we look forward to seeing you in action on April 23rd. Again, Jon, all the best. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, take care, brother.
All right, there he is. Jon Jones. Great to hear from him, as always, and certainly some interesting comments from him about the entire situation. Can't thank him and his team enough for coming on 2 weeks in a row. That is a very rare thing. Do not get used to that, my friends. Not a guy that we have had often on this show, and certainly not one who is easy to track down. So a very, very big thank you to his team and of course, Jon, for coming on 2 weeks in a row. Now, the UFC and USADA have just officially broken the news that Yoel Romero, who we reported on earlier this morning, I reported that according to sources would be receiving less than the 9-month suspension that was originally discussed between him and USADA. Remember, he was on this program, talked about how he took a tainted supplement, and what's going on here? Talked about how he took a tainted supplement, and his team, Malki Kawa's manager, believed that he did not deserve any kind of punishment, or at least maybe a slap on the wrist, a public warning, if you will. Well, the 9-month suspension that they discussed, they could not agree on, so they were going to go to arbitration. He was going to become the first UFC fighter to officially appeal a suspension, a 2-year suspension from USADA. And then early this morning, I officially confirmed that he was going to get less than a 9-month suspension. Well, USADA has now officially announced that he is getting a 6-month suspension, meaning he is free to fight July 12th. He received word that he was provisionally suspended January 12th, so he gets a 6-month suspension now, meaning he is free to fight July 12th. A great turn of events for Yoel Romero, and hopefully some hope for others who feel like they have been wrong, that there is some wiggle room there. Now, I have received an exclusive statement from Yoel Romero, which I would like to read now about this matter, and then we will get to our final guest of the day. Here it is. Quote, and I should remind you that this statement was originally said in Spanish and then translated into English. Of course, we know that Yoel is fluent in Spanish. He's learning his English, but not to this point. So here it is, quote, "I would like to thank my family, friends, teammates, and fans for sticking by me through this ordeal. With that said, yesterday I agreed to a sanction of 6 months suspension for taking a supplement 5 days after my last win that USADA has confirmed was indeed tainted. My management team and I will be pursuing legal action, against the supplement company within the next few weeks. For those of you that believe me, I thank you. For the ones that didn't, I hope I have given you a reason to believe in hard work. As for the ones that try to ruin my name, we will meet very soon. Hashtag y nuevo," which I believe in Spanish translates, or in English translates to "and new." So powerful words there from Yoel Romero. The end, once again, I repeat, "As for the ones that try to ruin my name, we will meet very soon." A man whose name was dragged through the mud when this all happened. Many people sort of dancing on his grave. Yoel Romero now receiving a 6-month suspension, or a sanction, if you will, from USADA. He, once again, will be free to fight July 12th. And one wonders if he gets an immediate title shot, as he was promised after the Jacare win, or if he has to fight someone else. It's going to be interesting to see. For now, let's go to our final guest of the day, and we will go to England for this one. I believe Manchester, England, to be exact. We are now being joined by featherweight Mike Wilkinson, who is joining us right now. Mike, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you, Ariel?
Are you in Manchester?
Yes, I'm in Manchester.
Okay, so interesting times for you, my friend. I was alerted of this fascinating documentary. So I'm a big lover of documentaries, and in MMA, as you may know, not that many great documentaries out there. But you have worked in conjunction with the Manchester United Football Club to make this sort of, I think it's like an 80 or 90-minute documentary on the last 2 years on your life. How did this come together?
Well, it was actually before. It was probably a year ago, and I think I just got the call to fight Alan Olmer in Germany, in Berlin, and I got a message off the UFC and said, "What football team do you support?" I was like, "Man United," and then I didn't hear anything for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then down the line, and then I got another message saying, "Man United wanted MUTV want to do a thing on you," so I thought, oh. I didn't really think too much into it because like it's Man United, I support them. I've done since I was a kid. It was like too good to be true. So then I started talking with Phil from MUTV, and yeah, and then within 5 days they started filming me. They came to the gym, and it just went from there. And then obviously a week out, I got injured, and they said obviously I thought they was going to stop it then, but they said it just makes the documentary better with what's going on. So yeah, constantly just kept filming, and yeah, they've been with me ever since.
Wow, so you're a lifetime fan of the Red Devils, and now they're following you. And MUTV, is that a TV channel or is that a website?
No, it's a TV channel.
Wow.
It's a TV channel for Man United, which obviously when the documentaries are this Thursday. It'll be all over Europe, all over Asia. It's going to be viewed by over 100 million of people. It's going to be a big thing. I'm really excited.
So from what I understand, that they like to follow Man United fans who are outside of the football world, the soccer world, and see what's going on. So this doesn't really have anything to do with football, as you call it in Europe, right? This is about your career solely.
Yeah, obviously a Manchester lad who supports Man United, and obviously they just want to make the TV channel they've got better than what it already is. Like before me, they've had one on Anthony Corolla, who's a Manchester boxing lad. They've done one on a Manchester rugby player, and I'm the first MMA fighter. So yeah, it's exciting.
So I don't know if you know this, but I am a lifelong, and I mean lifelong, I bleed these colors. If you open my veins, you'll see them come out. I am a lifelong Leicester City fan. I've been supporting them since I was a little lad, and they are just kicking ass from what I understand. I've been watching all their games. I mean, I cannot get enough of Leicester City. Did you know that about me?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah. I know to pick them, my friend. I've been supporting. How are they doing this year, Leicester City?
Really good.
Oh,
really
yeah.
good.
How's Man United doing?
Hey, come on, let's not go there. Let's not go there. If you want to go back in history, then we can go there.
But in a nutshell, though, because I know we have a lot of fans in Europe, what's the problem with Man United? If you could fix them, what would you do?
The manager, isn't it? Since Alex Ferguson went, they just spiraled down. But everyone has to go down to come back up, and things will change, and the team will get better, and they're going to get back on winning tracks, winning ways. My words.
Okay, fair enough. Now, here's the interesting thing. You said that this premieres Thursday on MUTV, right?
Yes, correct.
And it's about the last, couple fights in your run. Coincidentally, it coincides with another major piece of news concerning you, right?
Yes, true. Unluckily, after the Makwan fight, I thought it was a little hard done by, but it's business at the end of the day, and the UFC have got the reasons of what they want to do with fighters, and obviously they say it's a stacked division, and the UFC have actually released me since my last fight.
What was your reaction when you got that news? Were you expecting it? Did you think after that fight, even though you came out on the losing end, that this was even a possibility?
Well, obviously, I came from a knockout of the night over Nicholas Backstrom, and obviously, injuries happen. It's not my fault I get injured. Things happen. You just got to brush it off and go again, which I did. But obviously, after I got a lot of recognition after the Backstrom fight, and after that, I kind of, obviously, since the injury, I went off the radar kind of thing. And so, yeah, it was a bit of a shock. Obviously, I went into that fight. I wanted to put a show on for the fans. That's if you look at my fights and who I fought and what I'm about, I want to put a show on for the fans. Makwan, not taking the win away from him, not making no excuses. He played it safe. He didn't want to stand with me. He didn't want to put a show on. He just wanted to get the win, and that will only get him so far. For me, I want to be like kind of a prize fighter. I want to put a show on for the fans. Have wars like fights like Diego Sanchez and Gilbert Melendez. I want to go out on my shield, and I want to make history like them, man. And when someone just wants to lie on me for 15 minutes and not really do much, it's because he is a better wrestler. He's a Greco-Roman wrestler. I'll not take that away from him. But I was the one who was only the person going for the sub attempts. I wanted to stand up and have the fight. He did what he had to do to get the win. Fair play to him. It is what it is. But I do feel like I've been hard done by. But everything happens for a reason, and I'm just. Even though I lost the fight, it's a personal victory to myself. After everything I went through with the injuries and having over a year layoff, just to do 3 rounds and not gas and come out of the fight injury free, ready to go again. Because obviously my last 3-round fight was my first UFC fight against Brendan Loughnane back at the end of 2012. Obviously, I fought a year after that against Ronnie Jason. I got put to sleep because I didn't tap in a minute and 20. And then a year later, I fought Nicholas, and I put him to sleep in a minute and 20. And even though I got the win, and obviously everybody wants that quick win, when I fought Nicholas and I knocked him out so soon, I was over the moon. I was made up, but I kind of wanted to get the time in, get the live fight time in. I would have been happy if it would happen in the second and third, but it is what it is. But so to get 3 rounds in, obviously it didn't go my way, but I've come out of the fight. I'm injury free, and I'm good to go again. It's like I know the UFC's released me. I started fighting because I love MMA, and everybody who starts fighting, they do it because they love the sport. They breed it, they love it, they sleep it, they everything. So it's like now. It doesn't matter what octagon I'm in. It doesn't matter what crowd I'm put in front of. It doesn't matter what organisation. I just want to go out there and do what I love to do, and that's to put the gloves on and to have a fight.
So you get this news, and as you just mentioned, you're 2-2 in the UFC. Did you try? I know they probably informed your manager. I don't know if they came to you first, but did you try at least to convince them, like, look, I'm 2-2. I had some injuries. There's a lot more fight left in me. Typically, a guy with a 500 record, you're a young guy. This is kind of a surprise. I will admit, I was surprised when I heard this news. Did you try to convince them otherwise to change their mind?
Well, the management, Heavy Duty, they have been. I think they've sent an email since, but straight after the fight with Makwan. Because I was injury free and I want to make up for lost time. That was my thing. It's like I'm injury free now. I know I've lost, but please get me back straight back in. I sent an email to Sean Shelby, what me and Darren, my coach, came up with, and it was a perfect thing to say. It was like, thanks for the opportunity. I'm good to go again. Cut a long story short, please put me back in. And obviously he didn't get back to me, and I just thought, well, he's a busy man. He's got all these shows where he's going to do matches for, and I didn't hear back from him. And my coach said, Darren, he said that he kind of had the feeling what was going to happen because he never got back to me. But I just thought, nah, they'll not cut me. I'm 2-2. I've got a decent fight. That was a war with Brendan, and then my second one, I got knockout of the night. So it's one of them. It's like this documentary's come out. Everything happens for a reason. I think this is coming out at the perfect time. It's going to build my profile up, and I'm just going to take it one fight at a time, and let's just see where I end up in 3 or 4 fights and see what happens.
So I was actually going to ask you that next. This coming out, I was wondering if you had mixed emotions because it's talking about your UFC career, and it comes out when this news, comes out, and now you're no longer a part of the UFC. But in a weird way, is this sort of like the perfect way to get your name out there? Like you can use this as your free agent pitch to people, and hopefully, some people will jump on this.
Yeah, kind of. I do actually feel like that. Like I said, I feel like everything happens for a reason. The UFC have released me. The documentary's coming out on Thursday. It's going to, like I said, over hundreds of millions of people who's going to watch it. There's other organisations in Asia. There's other ones. They're all over the world. And I know it's not the UFC. The UFC is the creme of the crop, the Premiership and all that. And down the line, I could get another shot in the UFC, but I love to fight. I live to fight. So please let me fight, whether it's in the UFC, whether it's in Bellator, 1FC, KSW, all the other organisations. I'm good to go. I'm ready to fight. So pick up the phone and get in touch. Heavy duty fight world.
And have they been able to update the documentary to say that this has happened? So now you can really get the word out there?
No, the documentary's finished. It's been done, but Man United said they want to do an add-on to this. They want to do a second documentary because this one was so good. So good news to you and to me. This will probably be the start of the second documentary.
Wow. Okay. Any word yet from? I know there's a lot of promotions in Europe. Bama and Cage Warriors is coming back, and some others as well. Any word yet? Any interest from them? Do you have a preference?
I'm not bothered. It's like I said, I'm just happy that I'm fit and healthy and I'm good to go again. So I'll leave that to my coach Darren, my managers Paul King and Carl Messing. I'll let them deal with that. I know that they've got my best thoughts and interest, and I'll leave it to them. And I've no doubt that they'll pick the correct path for me.
Yeah, it's a great documentary. I had a chance to see it. I mean, even the opening scene is just fascinating. You're on the bike and your mouth is taped, so you can only breathe out of your nose. It's unbelievable, this thing. It's do you do that often? I mean, I'm no athlete. It's that's is that tape? Is that just tape? You just tape up your mouth like that?
Tape my mouth up fully, so I can only breathe through my nostrils. We do like at the beginning of camp, I do like a 5-minute sprint with 30 seconds rest, and I do 5 5s, and then by the end of camp, I do like 8-minute rounds on the bike. Mouth taped, only breathing from my nostrils, and with 30 seconds rest. I used to do the gas mask, but the gas mask brings like an anxiety and a panic mode so it's kind of like the fight. But with the masks, I tend to thought that I was breathing like or my mouth like that. So I thought you don't want to fight and get used to having your mouth open because if you get clogged, you go to sleep. So me and Darren thought of a way, and obviously I've got like a bit of a mad. I'm a bit addicted to pushing my body to levels that like I'll never enough pass out, or I'll just do loads of mad stuff. Like I'll take it to that next level where I know that my opponent's not doing that. So we came up with the mouth tape because my jaw's clenched as I'm on the bike, and it worked great. And obviously I don't. Through injuries and stuff, and obviously because Darren trains just as much as what I do. He's like my number one training partner as well as my coach. So we've had our injuries and we know what's good for us and we know what's bad for us. So it's like through a camp now, I don't even do any strength and conditioning. We do a circuit. What we do is like a wrestler's circuit at the beginning of the class. It's for the all upper body, and I do obviously I do my bike sprints, I do my incline sprints, what we did on the Ultimate Fighter, and I do loads of underwater swimming. As far as I can underwater, come up, and then get my breath back, and then I go again. And I do like 20, 30 lengths. And at the beginning of camp, it was like I could only do 1 length. And then by the end of camp, when I first started doing them, I could do 3 lengths. So it just proves that mixing it up and doing different things and adding new things to what you've done and to what you've not done makes you a better all-round athlete.
What time does it premiere on Thursday?
9 o'clock British time. And I think it's on again in Asia on the Friday at 5 o'clock.
Do you know if they're going to be able to show it here in the U.S.?
Not at the moment. No, it's not heard in the US. But obviously, you will be able to stream it if you go on MUTV.
Okay.
On the website or whatever, you will be able to stream it.
Well, I wish you the best, my friend. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Good luck with the documentary. Good luck with your career, the next step in your career. Thank you for coming on. And I'm sorry to hear that. I was very surprised to hear the news. Thought, you had another one at least in you, but have no doubt that you'll be back. So I look forward to seeing what your next step is, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Thanks for having me on. Everything happens for a reason. Brush off and we go again.
All right. Very well said, Mike. There he is. Mike Wilkinson, a free agent featherweight now. You heard it from his mouth himself. Parted ways with the UFC. And now looking for another promotion to fight for. Now, during that interview, the UFC has released more breaking news. Here's a statement on Juliana Pena. Courtesy of UFC.com, quote, UFC announced today that an investigation into allegations of assault by UFC competitor Juliana Pena is now complete. Pena recently came to a resolution with the prosecutor's office in Spokane County, Washington. The resolution was thoroughly reviewed by Campbell and Williams, a Las Vegas-based law firm hired by UFC to oversee its investigation into the matter. UFC elected not to schedule Pena for a bout while the legal proceedings were ongoing. Now that the matter has been resolved, Pena is eligible to return to competition in the UFC and will be scheduled for a bout in the near future. While UFC is supportive of the resolution of Pena's criminal matter, Pena acknowledges that her actions as a professional athlete should reflect well of her, the sport of mixed martial arts, and the UFC. Consequently, Pena has volunteered to participate in counseling as a condition for her return to the octagon. So good news there for Juliana Pena. You heard her on the program a couple weeks back, and hopefully she can move on from this and get back in the cage. Oh, so very close to a title shot. All right. Great stuff there. How about that? Holy moly. A lot going on today. Another big show. A lot more to discuss and digest. But that's it for the interviews. Now we hear from Mr. New York Rick. Is he still alive back there? I wonder.
I'm alive. Hello?
I saw him. That was kind of your cue to say something to me as I was doing the 60-minute sound.
Yeah, my mic is down. Guys?
New York Rick, are you there?
Can you hear me, Ariel?
Oh, there he is. No, I didn't hear him. I heard him from someone else's microphone. Oh, I thought he was just playing... I thought he was just playing possum, but I guess... Oh, no? All right, we'll get that. Where is Mr. New York Rick? Say something to me.
Hello, Ariel.
It's too far away. I don't think we should do it that way. I think the man is trying to keep him down. I wanted to get New York Rick's thoughts on WrestleMania. He was tweeting away about WrestleMania. Truth be told, I did not watch WrestleMania yesterday. In fact, I did tune in for maybe 15 minutes. So for the first time since my wife and I had our second son, and for the first time in, I think, 3 years, she had to go on a trip, which means that I'm alone with my 2 boys, and this is a great challenge. This has never happened before. It's just me and them. Boys, we're going to have a pizza party tonight. It's going to be fantastic. So that being said, I was a little tied up last night. I did check in briefly, and I saw I came in at the perfect time because I came in, I saw Shane McMahon climb the thing, the Hell in the Cell. He jumped down. Although I thought it was like kind of like a needless thing. Like, first of all, he missed, which is fine because I don't want to like, rupture one of Undertaker's lungs. But like, it didn't even feel like he was close. And he did all that. Is there any update on him? I don't know. Is he okay? It's just the whole thing just makes me feel a little strange. Like, why'd you have to go so high up and waste all that time? You know what I mean? And anyway, so he goes up the thing, he jumps down, he misses, and then he loses. And then I saw there was a battle royal or a battle royale, the Andre the Giant battle royale, and Shaq shows up, and he comes in very quickly, which I thought would have been something that they should announce before, but I guess they want people to think that there's always surprises going on at WrestleMania. And then he was quickly eliminated, so nothing came of that. But maybe this leads to another match. Oh, there he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. What happened? You fell asleep at the wheel?
Yeah, I dozed off there. I was like, oh, and then it's hot, and I was feeling tired. I fell asleep. They had to, they had to poke me with a stick to rattle me, and
Yes.
now I'm here.
Well, it's a little more of a crowded studio back there, so maybe
Yes,
all
we
the
do.
body heat
Yeah, it was
putting you to sleep.
too many people, too many bodies. I got dreary, but I'm fully awake and ready to talk about WrestleMania,
Okay,
the
so
greatest spectacle in sports entertainment.
I will just finish my story before I was so rudely interrupted. So I saw Shaq. He got eliminated, and then I said, I got enough of this. Now, people were hating on me for not watching, thinking I'm some kind of hater. It's not that. I just didn't have the time to sit down and watch it, and there was just a lot going on. So I ask you, as someone who actually sat down and watched the whole damn thing, is that true?
I didn't see the pre-show thing.
Okay.
Like, I started watching from the first match that's considered like WrestleMania.
Okay.
I know there's a pre-show that Morrow was involved with. I unfortunately wasn't able to see that. I would have liked to because I love Morrow. But I started right when the pay-per-view part of it started, and I saw that whole thing.
Okay, so what do you think? Scale of 1 to 10?
Man, every time I watch this stuff, it's always a 10.
Come on, you can't. I mean, what kind of a reviewer are you? You can't always be a 10.
I always end up enjoying it just fine because I'm not a fan who catches it every week. It always is fun for me. It's always like.
So you enjoyed it.
I always enjoy it.
Best part?
I really like Sasha Banks. She's cool.
Snoop Dogg's
cousin.
I learned this. I will say that WrestleMania is one of the few times, and I promise I'm not being a negative Nancy, but it's one of the few times that Twitter actually annoys me. Like sometimes I like the bent.
I loved it.
You like it. Like when there's a big basketball game or a big, I don't know, MMA, I'll put that one aside because I'm more a part of that. But when there's something else that I want to sort of, enjoy, I like that. When with wrestling, I don't know why. It's annoying. I get annoyed. So it makes me want to watch it less. Almost spilled my drink. But you liked it.
I don't have it for MMA. There's things that tick me off, right? But it's because I'm a fan of it. I'm a hardcore fan of it. I watch it every single event, and I know what I'm looking for. I know the things to nitpick. But I have a feeling if I tuned in for the occasional pay-per-view like some of my friends do, they have a better time than I probably do. And it's the same way for me and the wrestling. Like I check in for the big pay-per-views, and it's always a spectacle. They try and blow it out, and I always leave satisfied.
Do you agree the Shane McMahon thing was a little silly?
It was awesome.
The bump, if you will, the high spot, as Daniel Cormier called it.
It was incredible.
What was so incredible about it? He missed, and he took so much time.
He jumped off a 20-foot structure.
But what is that? That's not wrestling. That's just being a stuntman.
Well, he's a stuntman then. You're not impressed by that?
I wasn't that impressed. No, I thought he looked in like he was in fantastic shape.
He did, and he jumped off a 20-foot cage.
I'm kind of done with the whole Undertaker thing, though.
No, the Undertaker's the man.
Yeah, he's also a 45-year-old man, or maybe a 50-year-old man. It's enough. No more.
He doesn't age. He's undead.
Brock Lesnar should be. Well said. Brock Lesnar should be in the main event. Someone threw out an idea. I saw this. Brock Lesnar versus Samoa Joe. That I know you don't know who Samoa Joe is because you're just one of these Johnny-come-latelys.
I'm familiar, but I can't say I know him like super well.
Yeah, that's something I can get behind. I used to order the weekly TNA pay-per-views on a Wednesday night.
What happened to you? You need to come back.
Well, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it.
For the most part, I thought the Twitter was fun and everybody seemed to be enjoying it.
Did you go back to? Will you watch Raw? Like usually the Raw. No, you won't. It's just one night only.
I like the big events.
Yeah,
and that's what keeps me to liking them. If I started tuning in, it's not going to be the same.
Did you watch NXT? I heard that's something.
No, I didn't see that. I know. I went. That's the one I went to in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
When they had, what was it, SummerSlam? When was I think that was it.
Yeah.
When they had SummerSlam here in New York.
Yeah.
I went to the NXT in Brooklyn. NXT was amazing. So I'm sure that last one was also good. Unfortunately, I didn't see that one, but I'm sure it was really good.
I will say this though: there's something truly inspiring about like the magnitude of it all and the production. Like no one puts on a show.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why it was fun. I tuned in for the spectacle.
I probably would have watched it too if I had time, but it's not like I'm doing some sort of protest here. But
Well, it seems like you are.
maybe.
Okay, let's talk about another kind of spectacle.
Yes.
Jon Jones' legal troubles.
Okay. What a transition that was.
That's what they pay me the big bucks for.
Okay.
There's no doubt that Jon Jones will continue to be a huge star no matter what he does. As long as he can physically be allowed in the cage, he will sell a fight. This is probably true. Should there be a threshold at which point the UFC cannot keep Jones in a fight? If so, what is it? What would Jon Jones, essentially the short version, what would Jon Jones have to do to not be, a UFC fighter anymore?
This is a crazy question. What do you want me to say? Like, there's a lot of things that he could do that will preclude him from being...
Sure, let's get a list going.
No, I'm not getting a list going. Here's what I will say. That might have been one of the craziest weeks leading up to a fight that any fighter has ever had, at least since I have been covering the sport. I mean, again, comes out with the news on Monday. The video emerges later that day. Arrested on Tuesday, in jail for 48 hours, finds out he has a new opponent, or actually finds out that his now old opponent is out of the fight on Friday, gets a new opponent on Saturday. That is insanity.
Yeah.
Insanity. I hope for his sake, he stops driving. Clearly there's an issue there. And that
Jackson said he's got a full-time driver.
Yes, but hopefully this guy, I don't know much about him. Sounds like a great guy. Hopefully he's this is not a full-time driver. This is his nutritionist. So hopefully, he's taking it seriously and he's a good driver in his own right. And that, to me, the greatest tragedy, I don't want Jon Jones to hurt anyone. He was very lucky in April. I don't want him to hurt himself. I certainly don't want him to hurt anyone else. And I want to see, I guess selfishly, I want to see this thing play out. I want to see, we've lost a year and a half of Jon Jones's career for mistakes. It wasn't because of injuries. It was mistakes, big mistakes that he made outside the cage. And we almost got this thing delayed again this past week. I want to see if he truly is the greatest, as I think he is right now. I want to see just how great he can be. I don't want to, could you imagine if Jordan's career kept getting cut short because of things along the way? I want to see the whole thing play out. And I know he retired and all that, but it's a bit of a different situation. You get my point. I want to see the best play it out, and I want to see them continue to be the best. So I hope that he has the right people around him that are telling him what to do and watching over him. And if it needs, a little holding hand here or there, then yeah, let's do that.
Well, let's think about it this way, though. Whatever Jon Jones was doing before was probably less organized and probably worse than this, to be honest. And he's probably in a better place now, even though, he's going through these legal issues and he's on probation. And, the ticket situation came up. He's probably in a better place and better equipped to handle it now than ever. So I'm less concerned about Jon Jones than I would have been before, when it was simply, something the public didn't know so much about, but he was probably in a worse off spot.
Yeah, that's fair. But man, that sight of him wearing the orange jumpsuit, and then did you see that video? Orange jumpsuit. There's people,
It's startling. It's
characters
jarring.
in the background there getting, waiting for their turn at bat in front of the judge. It's like, what? This is not right. This is not the way it should be. We need to figure this out. So I'm really happy. Like last week, it was kind of like jokey about the driver thing.
Yeah.
And that's not a huge development, but it really is. It is a huge development. It's not like someone saying, I'm going to stop drinking or smoking. All it is someone just being there every step of the way and making sure he gets from here to there safely and that he gets back home and all that stuff. And it's unfortunate that it gets to that point. But, dating back to the thing that happened in 2012 in upstate New York, it's all related to driving. So let's just eliminate the driving, and hopefully that leads to good things.
Fair enough. But let's just say, to answer the question, even though we kind of veered away from that, as long as Jon Jones is the best fighter in the world and, there's not much pushback or outrage against it, he'll be a fighter for the foreseeable future. There's really, you'd have to do something pretty terrible to be cut for that.
At the end of the day, this is the fight game. And as I said a few weeks back, sometimes I feel like we get a little too PC in this sport.
We have a question later that pertains directly to this, actually, and I think you'll find it interesting and have some thoughts. Okay, Jon Jones versus OSP. Do you think the UFC made the right move in keeping Jones on the UFC 197 card after Daniel Cormier's injury, or would you have preferred to see them reschedule that exact fight to possibly a later date? And what are your thoughts on the fight being for the interim belt? So do you think 197 versus OSP was the right move?
Well, they had the right intentions. They wanted it to be Rumble. That didn't work out. I would have been down with the Rashad fight. I thought the Rashad fight was an easy sell. I don't like the idea of like screwing Glover Teixeira though. So then I thought, OSP's the guy. And what?
I don't know about screwing Glover Teixeira. I mean, that type of thing happens all the time.
Not really. They don't do that often. They really don't. Look at their history. They don't like to do that, especially main card on Fox. Think about it. They send these camera crews out there and they do all these shoots and stuff like that, and it just blows all that work.
You know what?
Up.
I guess you're right. Why do I feel like it happens more than it does? Maybe
really they don't like to do that mixing and matching. So then you look at the top 10 rankings. Everyone's either booked or injured or unavailable. So there's no other guy. And I want to see. Look, Jon Jones fighting in his own right is a spectacle. That's a story by itself. So I want to see him fight. Has OSP earned the right to fight Jon Jones? I mean, he's coming off of a win over Fei Zhao, which was not the greatest win. Obviously, Fei Zhao got cut afterwards, but he was banged up, and he's a guy. The OSP story is a fun one because I remember him being that guy. OSP was a local fighter that Scott Coker used when they were fighting in Tennessee just to sell some tickets. He likes to put these local fighters on the undercard, and he was good enough and down to fight enough that they kept him around. And then he stayed around, and then he stuck around for the purchase, Zuffa purchasing Strikeforce, and then they brought him over. I mean, it's almost, and as we said, and we'll maybe play this clip closer to the fight, he was very close to retiring if it all didn't work out. And it was 6 fights in a row in 2010. I think he's dating back to a stretch. Whatever.
You mentioned it even in the clip that it's 6 in a row.
Yeah. So this is it's a fun story, and look, he needs to be on that card. Jon needs to be on the card. DC's not coming back in a month, so I think it's worth rolling the dice. And also, I don't think it's a huge risk. Like Rumble's a bigger risk. That's just the facts. So Rumble's a bigger risk. You put him in this fight, makes him look good, and maybe there's more interest in the Cormier rematch.
Here's the question. Outside of Cormier and Anthony Johnson, is there anybody you could have put in there that people wouldn't think it's going to be a squash match and wouldn't, think that Jon Jones is going to roll over him? There's pretty much nobody. Rashad is not at that point in his career anymore where he's somebody that people are expecting to contend with Jones. So I have no problem with getting a fresh opponent in there like OSP, and he's a great athlete, and I'm sure he's going to, I'm not going out on the limb and saying that OSP is going to beat Jon Jones. I'm certainly not. And I think Jon Jones will be sharp and ready to go. But there are plenty of people, essentially the rest of the division is going to go in there and lose to Jon Jones. So let's not make this out like there's anything OSP could have done differently or should have done differently to get this title shot. The rest of the division is at the mercy of Jon Jones because he's just that damn good.
Yeah, I just wanted to see. I mean, there's few better, hotter rivalries in this sport right now or in the history of the sport than Cormier and Jones.
Sure.
And we've been waiting so long for it.
If that's off the table, though, what's wrong with OSP? I have no problem with this at all.
It's a little funky, though, that Jon Jones, who was the champion, who is the greatest, is now fighting for the interim belt.
Well, that's the other question. That's the second question. What do you feel about this interim belt part of it?
I don't hate it because I do feel like Jon Jones should be fighting for a belt. I mean,
what does interim belt even mean anymore?
The whole thing is silly. I mean, don't get me started on Frankie Edgar and Jose Aldo.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
The whole thing it's silly, but in this one, I don't actually hate it. I think it's a reason to make him the main event, I guess, although Diaz and McGregor is in the main. I don't know.
Should we just put belts on the line for every fight? If that's how it's going to work?
No. Trust me, I'm not here defending it, but Jon Jones was the champion. I kind of feel like if he's fighting, I don't know.
If you're asking for my opinion, I think...
Sure, go ahead.
I think Cormier's belt is, as I've said before, is worth, paper. It's worth
So what would you have done? Strip Cormier?
No. I just think that this belt...
There has to be a champion.
No. Yeah, Daniel Cormier is holding the championship belt.
But you just said it's worth paper.
It's worth nothing. He has that title. That's great. It's worth nothing, though.
So why... So then you're down with the interim title.
I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. I think whatever Jon Jones, the lineal championship is what's going to matter, and whatever happens with Jon Jones is where this championship belt's going to be residing. Whether it's an interim title, whether it's the real title, whether
the
it's
interim
whether
if
there's
he
no
wins the
title,
belt,
it doesn't really matter.
So if he wins on April 23rd, in your opinion, the interim title is actually more important than the real title?
At least equal. I mean, they're
well,
kind
it's
of
because of who holds it, right?
It's
It was
all
basically
because
what
of
you're
Jon
saying.
Jones.
Sure,
It has
sure.
the titles themselves mean literally nothing in this division. Jon Jones is what matters in the light heavyweight division.
I'll say the reason why I really don't like it, and I will preface this by saying I understand why they had to do it, but the reason I don't like it is because what made this second fight between Cormier and Jones fun was that Cormier has the belt, and now he has his own. And I know he showed up with it, but it's different.
Now we'll get the real 2-belt press conference, the one where Conor McGregor had a belt from a different division. Now this is the exact same division. We got 2 belts.
It's more fun with Cormier as champ and Jon as challenger. But hey, I think it was smart to keep him on the card. It was the right kind of opponent at the right time. And if they can do it for 200, this is the kind of fight. Again, like I said, this is what in a way Lesnar Mir was. 1.5-year build, rivalry, a rematch people want to see. No one would complain if this is on 200. And if not, you wait for New York or you do it 201, 202. So I do feel bad for the fans who bought tickets, and we often forget about those fans. And even I was like, oh, Silver Lining 200. And I had people saying like, yeah, well, how would you feel if, like me, you bought tickets 3 months ago and you're flying in from God knows where, and now you're not getting to see Jones Cormier? That sucks. And this is a problem that's, again, fans, when you buy those tickets, you got to think about this thing, and it's not the same in other sports. When you buy tickets to see the Warriors and the Cavs, yeah, there's a chance Stephen Curry might not play, but you're getting to see the Warriors and the Cavs, the 2 teams on the ticket. In MMA, it's not the same. It sucks.
We have a tweet from Jon Jones.
What? To me?
No, just
okay.
He tweeted this out moments ago. Willing to train OSP and willing to pay for his expenses. You're a sheep in wolf's clothing, and I see right through you, pussy.
Oh my lord.
So not happy about Cormier offering to train OSP.
How about all this happening in the span of 4 hours right here,
right in the MMA hour?
Cormier puts out the offer. OSP turns it down. Jones, wow,
hears about it and says, "Wolf in sheep's clothing, pussy."
It's fun.
Okay. How would you have felt, Jon Jones? He mentioned this on his own about testing himself at heavyweight. How would you have felt if he
I didn't like that
did
idea.
Instead?
No. I don't want to see Jon Jones fight Mark Hunt. Not now. Those guys hit really hard. It's not the time for that. It's better if he's the champ, light heavyweight. It's not the time. I didn't like that at all. You agree? I wasn't feeling
I would have
it.
liked to see it.
No.
I'm okay with, as I was saying, like light heavyweight doesn't really have many challenges for Jon Jones outside of Cormier and Rumble. I think, Gustafsson. There's people there, but in this case, with the belt not on the line, I would have, as I said, I don't think the interim's worth much of anything. Neither is the current belt. I think a heavyweight fight would have been fun. Why not? It's like when Anderson Silva came up to fight Forrest Griffin. It's just one step. On an eventual move to the division to tease it, or just a fight that he took to save
different.
a card.
He was the champ. There's too much going on here. We need to see him fight for that belt again, finish that story, and then test the waters. There's a big difference between the guys. They're bigger. To a degree, they hit harder, and especially someone like Mark Hunt. No thanks.
Well, no, Mark Hunt, I would not take a fight against on short notice.
No thanks. No thanks.
In general, what do you think of the UFC's interim titles? I think we covered that.
Okay, well, he says on the back end, I would still pay to see Jon Jones in action with or without the belt. That's the key here. He's remaining on the card. There's the story of his return. He's a quote-unquote needle mover. The main one, the one that I have a problem with is Frankie and Jose, and not so much them fighting for the belt. Or the interim belt. It's the card that they're fighting on. For them to fight on the same card as Conor just feels... It feels like they're fighting in his shadows, and it almost diminishes them. I don't know. I verbalized this probably a little better on the MMA beat, but I just wish that they were fighting like a 5-round. Conor is active, and to have an interim title on the same card as the one that features the champion, yes, in a different division, just doesn't make any sense. And it feels like now we're just making belts to sell pay-per-views. Conor is active. He's more active. He's been more active. Even if he fights in October or November, he'll be more active than, for the most part, Jose has been over the last few years. So that's not taking any shots at him. It's just the truth. And so why not just make it a 5-round, main event, maybe the night before, July 8th, whatever, and then have them fight the winner. Like, why do you have to? Is this a way to force Conor to come back? I don't get it. I just the Jon one doesn't bother me as much because he was the champ and he had it stripped, and I get that one. This one to me just feels like there's the interim belt, but the champion's fighting. You know, like you guys are the ones who made that fight. There's no interim. He's there. You put him in that fight. There can't be an interim title. What is that?
You're saying the Jon one doesn't bother you, but what's the point? I mean, let's just have none of them. These interim titles are silly.
I would be totally fine with that.
Let's just eliminate them completely.
Interim title, as I said before, should be if a fighter does not compete for 365 days.
Well, no, that's not interim. They should be stripped, and somebody should fight for the real belt.
So even stripped, fine, but I get why you do interim. The guy works his whole life. He's got some bad luck. He gets injured. Strip.
Win it back in the next fight. You were just talking about how intriguing it is for Jon Jones to now be challenging for that title.
It's a very easy thing for us to say. I sympathize with the guys. Hey, you're the champ. You worked your ass to get to this point. Okay, we respect that, but we're going to have to bring in another belt. Someone else is going to walk around as interim champion until you can come back.
They're not doing it for that. They're doing it to have more belts. They're doing it to have more titles. So that doesn't even come into play. Let's just strip them if they can't defend it and then move on. Enough with the interim titles.
But these guys are able to defend in a timely manner.
I agree. No reason to strip it at this point. But I'm saying, in the case that you're saying, if somebody's injured for a prolonged period of time and can't defend it, then that's when you strip it, and that's when you fight for the real belt.
It's too drastic.
No. Do it.
Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Injury prone, a.k.a. Do you think there's something here? There's not really a question, but do you think there's something to this? I mean, there's certainly a track record here.
No. I even talked to Javier Mendez a little bit, and he said he's been changing a lot. I think there's just some bad luck, He wasn't going.
I can't buy that. I just can't buy that. There has to be something here. Like, are they going too hard? I don't know what it is, but I can't buy that there's nothing happening.
Look, there's miles on these guys, and also don't forget.
So then
so maybe it was the past coming back to haunt them.
Then you need to be working
Cormier
them less
has never
hard.
pulled out of a fight. Cormier has never pulled out of a fight. He doesn't have an ACL in that leg. Something bad was bound to happen. I can't even believe he made it this far. Think about that. Rockhold early in his career was very injury prone. Josh Thompson, very injury prone, and they've made their fights as of late. So look at those guys. Kane has had his injuries, and it's definitely come back to haunt him. But Khabib wasn't getting injured at AKA. Like, his last time wasn't at AKA. There was one time that was at AKA, but they maintained that it was a freak thing that happened. So I don't know. I don't want to put the voodoo hex on them. I just think it's bad luck. But look, in the past, I do think they went too hard. I don't think they're doing it now, and maybe it's coming to bite them in the ass, coming back to bite them in the ass. But I think they've learned their lesson. Even Javier says himself, like, Dana calling him out was a good thing. So in the past, yes, and who knows how it affects them now. But I don't think right now a guy walks into their gym, they're beating them up like they used to.
Do you think they will do Jones versus DC at UFC 200 or MSG, or neither?
I'm getting the impression that 200 feels like it's too soon, and they already have their plans for 200, even though they're not announcing them yet. I think if they could do it at 200, it's a fight that should be on 200. It's a fight that the fans will get excited about. I mean, for whatever reason, the fans, their expectations for this card were out of this world, and they seem a little disappointed. I think once the card comes, they'll be cool with it, and I think it's a fine card. I don't really hate it. The Aldo Edgar interim thing is a little funny, but other than that, you got the two biggest stars in the men's divisions fighting each other. You can do worse than that. So anyhow, I would like to see it, but let's see what happens with DC. And there's also something to be said for not loading the deck. 200 sells itself, and you still got 201, 202, 203 to worry about. So there's something to be said because you don't want look at 100. I think there's a lot of revisionist history. I think people remember that for being deeper than it was. It had a fantastic main and co-main. And, the Hendo fight was great as well. There was a build. But other than that, it was just kind of a card. And don't tell me, oh, look, Jon Jones was on the prelims. He wasn't Jon Jones. He was a great prospect. People thought he was going to be awesome, but he wasn't who he is today.
Yes, but GSP and Brock Lesnar together
that was fantastic. But 101 was equally as interesting, in my opinion. You had Anderson versus Forrest. Yeah, BJ was on the card against Kenny Floyd. So you can't put everything on the same card. And you just can't. It's a different time, more weight classes, women are involved now, but you can't put everything on the same night. And also, they're doing 3 shows that weekend. So, it's got to be spread out, is what I'm saying.
Aldo and Edgar.
Oh, here we go. We talked about this.
Yeah, but here's the question.
Okay.
Do you feel that the hate on McGregor from both Aldo and Edgar is boosting his star? Do you think that they're essentially helping to promote Conor McGregor by teaming up against him and by matching these two up?
How so?
That both of them are essentially going to be talking about Conor McGregor in the whole lead up to this.
Well, that's why I don't like it, because Conor...
He's the shadow over this.
It doesn't make sense.
But is there any way to avoid that? Because everybody's going to be asking Aldo about McGregor, and everybody's going to be asking Edgar about McGregor, and not about each other.
If they put them, yes, good point. But if they put them at a press conference and they're all sitting up there, who's getting all the questions? Conor, then Nate, right?
And Aldo and Edgar about Conor.
Yeah. It's not even going to be about them. And that they're fighting for the interim belt.
So was it the wrong move to put that on the same card?
100%.
Okay.
It was. I would have put it at 201 or 199 or the Friday night. I would have not put it on the same card. I think that's not fair to Frankie and Jose. I don't like that idea. Look, if Conor's not going to fight at 145, it's good to keep them active. I like that. And obviously I like them fighting. The first fight was fun. It makes sense as a number one contender fight. And I credit, both of them for taking the fight. They could have probably made a bigger stink. But I don't like them being on the same card and fighting for the interim title. That's the part that just doesn't feel right to me. Once you sit down and watch the fight, it's going to be great. But here we are, doing our thing, nitpicking, months before. This is my feeling. Once you sit down and actually watch the fight, interim, no interim, date, no, it's still going to be two of the best ever fighting in the cage. It's not the worst thing. But if I'm able to nitpick here, I wouldn't have done it on that night.
When does trash talk fall into the realm of libel or defamation? Jose Aldo said in an interview this week that McGregor was full of juice, quote unquote, but clearly has zero evidence for what is an incredibly serious allegation. At what point does trash talk between fighters become defamatory and grounds for legal action?
Didn't someone...
I believe there was a boxing example of this.
Manny Pacquiao, right?
It might have been Pacquiao.
Yeah, it was Manny Pacquiao.
What do you think about...
my theory is all's fair in love and promoting, right? This one gets a little personal.
Yeah,
it's a little personal. I mean, all McGregor has to do is point to the USADA drug test. He was tested as much as anyone in the last year or since this whole thing started. So, to me, I don't know. It feels a little funny, especially when McGregor was the one saying these things first, right? That's the weird thing.
But that's why this reeks of that kind of libel defamation thing, because it's baseless and it's going, to a place where there's no evidence and it can kind of ruin somebody's reputation.
No one's really jumping on it.
I'm not about to say that like this is gospel and this is the word.
Yeah.
But I do feel a little weird about it. But it's not. I mean, this is certainly not unique. People have called each other juice heads and all this stuff in fight sports for the longest time.
I don't get worked up over it. I really don't. I really feel like it's fight sports and things are said, and you can't talk about guy's wife or his kids. That to me,
you hear that all the time too. Well, but that's not an accusation. Is the difference?
Well, I don't hear people saying like your wife is ugly or I'm going to sleep with her.
It's not an accusation still.
Yeah, you know what I mean. There's a certain territory that you just don't cross into. I feel that this stuff, it just feels like, look, we're about to fight in a... It's like what Nate always says.
This is worse, to be honest. That other stuff's like yo mama joke stuff. Like
no.
This is
to me, if
this
you
is
said something about my mom,
career-threatening stuff.
I will freaking bite your head off. Like literally bite it off. I will like knot your
neck.
What
if we combine them? What if I said your mom does steroids?
How dare you?
No, I love Mama knows. So
this is it's all
nothing.
Fair. It's all fair.
Okay. Well, then what is that lawsuit? I mean, that lawsuit must have...
Yeah. I mean, isn't Pacquiao fighting soon?
Bradley, yeah. He's fighting Bradley this month.
Yes.
Rumble Johnson, what do you do with Rumble now that Jones and OSP are facing off?
Man, what a bummer for Rumble, right? I mean, he was so damn close, and I understand.
Here's the thing about Rumble, though. Yeah. He's going to get that title shot at some point. Like, they're just going to put him in there no
That's
matter
why it was
what.
too risky. Like, why
don't
rush
take
it now?
Don't take it now.
Especially if you can't wear a mouthpiece. I mean, that's just crazy. But this delays things because if Jon, the winner of Jon versus Cormier was going to fight him, and that fight is coming up in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So now if they fight, I mean, this really delays things.
But, I mean...
How about this? He fights the winner of Rashad Glover, and if it's Rashad, then it's even better. No,
he'll get a title shot. He'll just wait and get a title shot.
That's a long time to wait. Because think about it. If the Jones-Cormier fight happens in July, okay, that's not so bad. if it happens in November for MSG, now he's waiting till like when?
Well,
next March.
That's okay. If it happens in November, then we have to have
Let's do
a fight in the
How
meantime.
about this? It'll be Jon Jones versus Daniel Cormier. It will be title versus title, champion versus champion. The interim champion Jon Jones against the real champion or official champion Daniel Cormier, and then the co-main event will be Rumble Johnson versus Glover Teixeira for the interim of the interim title, because he was going to fight.
I feel like we had something similar in Baltimore, UFC.
Yeah, 172.
172. Yeah, 172.
No, it wasn't the interim of the interim.
No, but I feel like we had a very similar kind of this guy's next for the shot.
No, that was
scenario.
actually kind of clear. Rumble was making his return. He fought Phil Davis. That one was a little more clean.
Yeah, I'm into light heavyweight action at the top.
I'm joking about the interim of the interim, by the way.
No, I know, but you're not joking about that fight, right?
I guess. I know they were kind of interested in it. It's tough, like we've said before, timing is everything, right?
I think if he waits, he'll get it, though. I mean,
probably. But
you can
does
sell.
He want to wait?
You can sell Rumble's power for forever.
Make money, man.
And the way he nearly killed Daniel Cormier, you could sell that one. And the fact that he hasn't faced Jon Jones yet, you could sell that one. So, I mean, he's not in a terrible position. There's been guys who've been in much worse positions where the fight didn't materialize and it didn't look. Tyron Woodley, for example. I think that Rumble, as long as he, can figure out a way to do something and keep busy, he'll probably get the title shot eventually.
I will say this, though. Probably not the best idea to have that mouth procedure done 3 weeks before, 4 weeks before the title fight. Like you need the fight. You know what I mean?
You want to be that guy who's like, if somebody falls off, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he couldn't wait.
Yeah. Well,
considering Yoel Romero's settlement for a shorter suspension with USADA, should he be granted the next title shot? What do you think this does for his stock? And
after Weidman and Rockhold, of course.
Yeah.
I still want to see. The Michael Bisping title fight happen, and so I feel like 6 months sucks. Maybe lost out. It was a controversial fight against Jacare. The fight that
Let's be real. He lost to Jacare.
Fair enough. It's probably not going to happen, but I'd love to see Tim Kennedy Romero too. I mean, could you imagine that build up?
I'd love to see Romero Kennedy too. I'd love to see Romero Jacare too.
Yeah.
There's plenty of fights out there for Romero, but I mean, if you're looking at it on paper, he has a damn good case for that title shot. He has a damn good case.
The next one. Or Bisping. How about Bisping Romero? I mean, Bisping said a lot about him.
They could square off for the.
I just feel like Bisping. I mean, everything we said. I think we can't forget about that.
I think both of them are worthy. I think Bisping and Romero are both worthy of a title shot. And you could give it to either one, but perhaps maybe square them off, and I don't know. But I think you have two guys that are worthy of the shot, and it seems like Romero will be able to fight much sooner than expected now. Do either of us did we see Polaris? Did you see Polaris?
I saw some clips afterwards.
Did you? What clips did you see? Did you see Jake Shields?
The Stockton slap,
slapping
awesome.
him and calling him a little bitch.
Yeah, I saw that, and I saw a little bit of the Gary Tonin, Husimar, Paul Harris fight. It was amazing to see the difference in size there, body types.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I did watch it.
What did you
I
think?
didn't see it live. I watched it after the fact.
Okay.
I mean, I've been getting more into the jiu-jitsu, not so much the gi jiu-jitsu, the kind of submission tournaments, the EBI, Metamoris, Polaris stuff. Gary Tonin is incredible. He's probably the most exciting guy in grappling right now. Love watching him, and it showed that when your skills are really at that higher level, like the size difference didn't really matter that much. He was the one that seemed like he was threatening more. It was a really good match, and I think the whole card ended in
draws.
Ugh. Now that I think about it,
that's no fun.
And Jake Shields was hilarious after the fact in calling out AJ
it's
Agazarm.
Amazing, these guys. And then who's the guy that the Florida boy?
AJ Agazarm.
He walked up to him and put his back towards him. It was just crazy that they let him get that close.
That was a little passive aggressive.
Yeah.
And Jake wasn't having it. Jake's amazing. I mean, he's always been in the middle of kind of these scuffles by being associated with the Diaz brothers.
Yeah.
But he's never one to kind of mince words. He's very much like them, but you don't really think of him that way. In the sense that he's always kind of ready to scrap, kind of willing to throw down, but he's not as, I don't know, quick on the trigger as them maybe. But he finds himself in these situations, and he always has something good to say. I really enjoyed that, and good for Jake.
It is cool to see, as you mentioned, Metamoris, EBI, Polaris, these grappling promotions starting to, and I know Metamoris has their issues, but it does feel like they're a lot more prevalent now than they were a couple of years ago, and I think that's great. Even giving fighters who aren't as active, have issues with their promoters, whatever, an opportunity to still make money and compete. So I like that.
It's a great outlet for somebody who's not looking to do a full MMA camp and can kind of keep busy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's skip this one. Could you see Bellator signing Norman Park and Jared Rosholt?
Well, Norman Park also released, and Jared Rosholt released last week as well. Man, Rosholt, I think, needs to get some exciting fights under his belt. I don't think many people. It was weird to see like people getting all up in arms, but I guess it's that argument that debate that Wanderlei Silva brought up earlier in the show about sports and entertainment. But I wasn't surprised when I heard that one, to be honest. I think he was 6-2 in the UFC, but those fights just weren't exciting. That's the problem. You need to win and also be exciting.
We've seen. How many times have we seen this? When Okami was cut, when Fitch was cut.
Yeah, and he wasn't at that level.
If you care that much about these guys, support them when they're fighting.
Sure, but here's the difference.
Not after the fact.
The reason why Okami and Fitch were cut was because they were so good that they were beating the top contenders, and that was stifling their growth. Jared Rosholt, he's not going to beat a Roy Nelson or anyone above him.
But he had a great record. He was in the.
Yeah, but he's beating these lower guys, so it's like he's more expendable. Fitch and Okami were super dangerous to have around because they were going to beat everyone up until the last two guys.
I would say less so that than the fact that they probably had decent contracts because they were near the top of the division, keeping these guys down. Whereas I'm sure Rosholt's contract is not amazing. He was kind of in the middle of the pack. I just think if save your outrage.
Sure.
If you weren't campaigning for them before, nobody was dying to see a Jared Rosholt fight, and the UFC is smart to realize that nobody is dying to see a Jared Rosholt fight and made the right business decision. If he goes down to a different organization and starts knocking everybody out and then makes his way back, then the UFC will take him back. It's not a personal thing. People need to get over it, and if you're really that big of a Jared Rosholt fan, you should have been campaigning for him before.
Park is an interesting one. He's an exciting fighter. Bellator is doing a show in England later on, so there's a connection there. And, I think Wilkinson as well. I mean, the more British fighters, the better, especially ones who have fought in the UFC. So I wouldn't be surprised if they make a run at those guys, or if those, those Bamas or those Cage Warriors make a run at those guys as well. I don't think they'll have a hard time getting work. But, kind of surprised about both of those, meaning Park and Wilkinson.
Oh, okay. About to say, you just
Not
said.
Rosholt. I wasn't surprised with Rosholt.
Gotcha. This is our last question. What do you think about the UFC posters that were put out there last week? The Aldo Edgar, they had Sage Northcutt, they had Cormier Jones.
I thought they were good. To me, it was kind of crazy that the Diaz one had a typo in it because we've known that this fight was at least official 2 weeks ago, or a little more than 2 weeks ago when I reported it. So.
I could see that happening. It's an easy mistake to make.
Think about how many people saw that.
In this era of the internet, one thing gets out there that might have flown completely under the radar on another time. Who cares? People may there's a typo. Who cares?
No. Give it a rest. Fair. I liked it. I thought it was good. It was clever. It wasn't the same one.
I thought they were incredible.
Well, what was better, the the edited ones or the
edited ones are fun. I'm still disappointed. Nobody has. I cannot believe this. What? If I had any Photoshop skills whatsoever, I have only passable knowledge of Photoshop. Mm-hmm. How has nobody done Diaz with the quote about not being a needle mover on his head? How is this possible?
That is true. Well, maybe because he didn't say it.
But it's not everything was something that they said. Some of it was stuff said about them. Am I incorrect in that? Was everything a quote? Might have been. I don't think. Was Sage Northcutt's all quotes from him? I don't think so.
I think it was like, I'm 19. Something like that.
Maybe.
Anyway, though,
the Photoshops were great.
The Photoshops were great. It was a lot of fun, but they were also, they were original. They were unique.
They were great.
Unique is the word. Not the greatest thing of all time, but just different. And it's important to be different.
For sure. Kudos to the UFC and the design team that put that one together.
Someone's trying to call in, but we've run out of time.
We've run out of time.
I will give a shout out. I saw this. You were supposed to remind me.
Don't worry. I have it on my notes.
Steve Rogers' head.
I told you not to
The
do
great
it.
Steve Rogers, who gave up the home run against Rick Monday in October of 1981, the most infamous day, maybe it's fitting, the most infamous afternoon in the history of the Montreal Expos. By the way, 106,000 fans at the Big O this past weekend. How dare you say Montreal doesn't deserve a baseball team? The great Steve Rogers just got decapitated.
Is his name Steve Rogers?
Yes.
Wait, is that not Captain America's name? Am I crazy? What's Captain America's name?
But wow, this makes me sad. I mean, he has no head at the moment. Steve Rogers, the most winningest pitcher in the history of the great Montreal Expos franchise, now decapitated, all because
his
of
name
this
is
book.
Steve Rogers, Captain America. How about that?
Yes, Steve
A
Rogers,
famous Montreal baseball player.
Jon Jones put together this fantastic book about Liam McGeary. It is very impressive. Some great. Wow, look at that! The page that I opened to, Liam McGeary.
I'm
I'm
sure that was a coincidence.
I swear.
I'm sure it was.
God is my witness. Look at that. Boom.
Shameless self-promoter.
With the Syracuse Orange front and center. Good luck to the Orange women tomorrow as they try to shock the world and beat UConn. So there you have it. This book, I suggest checking it out. It's called Liam McGeary, The Fight as Told To by Jon Jones. And it's a fantastic piece of work. I suggest they hooked me up with this, and I'll talk to Liam about it soon. But I wanted to give them a shout out: www.jonliot.com. Before I go, as I promised earlier, and I know we're running out of time, but I wanted to provide a quick postscript to last week's discussion about my time at Fox. First off, again, completely blown away by the response and the people reaching out. I mean, just amazing stuff from such nice, kind people. I mean, just very thoughtful, and I can't thank you enough. It's really meant a lot, and this is not going to be a habit. This is hopefully the last time I'll talk about this. Again, no ill will. It's for the best. It feels almost like a relief. So I'm very much at peace, and I wanted to thank everyone again publicly for everything that they've said and all the nice words that they share. People that I don't even know. Taking the time to write me, that means a lot. I got a couple people asking me, why didn't you address everything? Why didn't you open up more? To me, that's what I felt comfortable with. You know, I felt like, all right, that's enough. Remember, and I know this might sound funny to some people, I want to cover the sport. I don't want enemies. I'm not here to burn bridges. I'm not here to, take shots and throw grenades. Something happened that I thought, wasn't right, but still, I feel like enough was said. There's enough out there, and that's that. I'm typically a private person, and I just didn't feel the need. So I'm okay with how much has been put out and what I said, and I'm kind of, I'm ready, and I'm happy to move on, and I hope that I have a fine relationship with everyone involved. I really feel like it was for the best. So I know some people were trying to get me to say more, and this is the story of the day, the flavor of the week. That's how you're going to deal with it, and you'll move on to the next thing next week. But this is my life, and I felt like that was enough for now. Highway to Helwani might have more. That's my memoir. But for now, I think that's okay. I had a couple people even reach out to me, believe it or not, about, taking the high road, and some criticizing me like, you didn't take the high road. And that I was just like, I was blown away by that. These people were close to the situation, I'll say that. But yeah, that was just mind numbing to hear that. I feel like the response was pretty great, and I appreciate everyone who reached out. Some people were saying like, well, obviously they're mad that you leaked information. I want to be very clear about this. I did not leak any information about anything. I am a reporter. I was never told anything by anyone involved who said that this is highly confidential, off the record, all that stuff, and then went out and reported it. You can ask any manager, any fighter. If you tell me something off the record, it is off the record. If you tell me something in confidence, it remains in confidence. I did not leak any information. Any information that I reported on this show, on this website, whatever, is information that I got on my own independently from sources. And I hope you're now starting to realize that all this stuff that I did get that was put on UFC Tonight or any other program was stuff that I got on my own. If you ever watched the show and paid attention to it, when I would do my segment, no one ever talked about it from the official UFC accounts. No one was ever pumping it up, saying, coming up, there's some major news. No one was ever putting out a press release or a poster after my news. And the reason for that is because they didn't know it was coming. It was just news that I gathered on my own. And it was tough to get 5 pieces of news, new news, exclusive news every week. If you notice with other news that is put out, that is given by the UFC to either them or any other outlet, there's a press release shortly thereafter. There's an article on the website. There's a poster. There's this and that. That's because it's done in unison. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But I hope that people will start to realize, all those people that were saying I was spoon-fed information and that they were just giving me stuff on a weekly basis, I hope you're now starting to realize that that was, in fact, false. And that always kind of bugged me, that people thought that they were just giving me stuff and I was going out there like some sort of talking head and reporting it. I worked pretty damn hard to get that information. So I didn't leak anything. I was just being a reporter. And maybe there was some, you're wearing 2 hats and that could lead to a problem, but no one ever told me that, they were upset with me reporting stuff here that they wanted to say for there. I did sometimes hold on to stuff because I needed stuff. And I could go back to some very big fights, some very big pieces of news that I held onto that I probably shouldn't, just in the interest of being first. But I never broke that trust, and I will never break that trust. That's a very important thing. If you are a journalist, if someone tells you something off the record in confidence, you cannot break that, because then no one will ever trust you again. And at the end of the day, what else do you have but that trust and that credibility with your sources, with the people that you cover? So that word leak is something that really kind of irks me. That did not happen. I did hear, in case you're wondering, from other people, it was fine, all good. I know that was a big thing for a lot of people. Some people reached out and whatnot. Others were asking me if I held on to the news that Edgar was fighting Aldo to 10 minutes before UFC tonight just to screw with them. That is not the case. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to try to ruin their show or try to outscoop them. That was just the time that I got it, to be honest. No one credited me for the Aldo, the McGregor Diaz fight. I wasn't expecting that given the circumstances, but I wasn't holding on. That's not the game that I play. I'm not going to hold on to something just to screw with someone else. I'm just not like that. So the timing was obviously coincidental, but I did not wait for 10 minutes before the show to outscoop them. The reaction, the reaction was kind of funny, and I appreciate everyone reaching out, but I did not do that on purpose. I cannot take credit. It just so happened I had heard about it earlier in the day, then got an official confirmation from a second source, and that's when I felt comfortable in reporting it. And I was actually giving, believe it or not, my kids a bath at the time all of that was happening. So I had my 2 kids naked in the bath trying to drown each other, and there I am breaking this news, and people think that I'm playing games. I'm not doing that. Again, I wish them the best. I even texting with some of the people there, no ill will. And I hope everything works out, but please, hopefully you recognize what was going on and what my role was there. That was all me doing it on my own, getting stuff on my own. No one was helping me, and I wasn't leaking anything. And I just want to say that again, because it's something that kept coming up. Again, thank you to them. Wish them the best. I'll be watching FS1 this Sunday as Junior Dos Santos fights Ben Rothwell. And that's pretty much it. I don't feel like we really need to talk about this anymore. It happened, and it sucks how it happened. It sucks how it was handled, but we'll be covering the sport and having fun. And again, another great lineup here to close out a Monday. Hopefully, not a lot of crazy stuff happens between now and next week, but we'll be back on Thursday for the MMA Beat, and of course 24/7 on MMAfighting.com. All is well. La vita è bella. I'm a happy man, and again, I thank them for the 4.5 years and the opportunities. And that's that. I think we're good. FAQ. You can hit my music. I think we're done for the day. Yesterday was a beautiful day. It was opening day in Major League Baseball. My Toronto Blue Jays won. Marcus Stroman. I mean, he may be my favorite athlete in sports right now. I freaking love this guy. Number 6. Amazing. So I am excited. I am a happy man. There's a lot going on. Jon Jones is fighting Ovince freaking St. Preux on April 23rd. What a crazy sport. Steve Rogers is headless, for God's sakes. Serves you right for giving up that home run in October of 1981. I got a couple boys waiting for me, so I got to get the heck out of here. But I want to thank everyone who stopped by today on the program. What a show this was. Wow. Fascinating stuff. Daniel Cormier, best of health, best of luck to you, my friend. We'll see you soon. Appreciate you starting the show off today. Greg Jackson, thank you very much to you as well. Best of luck, of course, UFC 197, Jon Jones, Ovince St. Preux. How about Ian McCall, still living at home with Mama, calling her the C Block? Amazing stuff. Check out his podcast every Wednesday. Ovince St. Preux, best of luck, my man. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you to his coach, Joey Zonar, for hooking that up as well. Cris Cyborg, I wish her the best. Good luck to her on May 14th as she makes her UFC debut. How about Wanderlei Silva? Good luck to him April 17th. Tag team grappling. Jon Jones, appreciate it, my man. Best of luck to you as well. And Mike Wilkinson, best of luck to him. And check out that documentary on Thursday. Back next week, same time and place. Until they say, peace. I'm out of here.